present today, and we're going to have a moment of prayer from Mr. Drews, and then followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Commissioner Drews, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to ask you to keep in your minds and prayers the leaders that we've lost recently that continue to fight for our freedom, and also we continue to look for additional moisture. Thank you.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're moving to approve the agenda. So, the Board of Commissioners uses consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. I guess we need a procedural motion to review and approve the agenda first, right?
So moved.
Got a motion from Hancock and a second from Drews. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. The Board of Commissioners use the consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and the vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items: 5A through E. So, do we have anybody in the audience that wants to remove a consent agenda item? Seeing none, the commission, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Drews, a second from Durr. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda is approved. Move on to item number 6, public comment. There is 3 minutes time limit. Speaker request form is required. No commission action shall be taken during this section. Speakers under this section will be recorded in the minutes by the name and area of interest. Jordan, do you have any speaker request forms? This is just for public comment.
Public comment? I did. So for public comment? Yes. Okay. What?
Is that 2? 1?
Just one.
Oh, Cindy, okay. Cindy Cook, you have 3 minutes on public comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cindy Cook, Rapid City. Last meeting we were here, and it ended up being kind of a disaster for the election team that was here that's wanting secure and elections. So President Trump spoke last Thursday on this, which was kind of ironic. And based on data from whitehouse.gov, we have foreign agents that are interfering in our elections. It's not speculation. It's not conspiracy. This is official and comes from the highest office. It's undeniable. There was and is election theft. What I'm holding in my hand right here are 10 races that I brought last time. That is the elephant in the room. Nobody commented. Nobody asked any questions about this. Since we have Mike Derby in the room, I'm going to show you the race that he was in with Becky Drury and Heather Baxter. What we found out was that the test results that were before the election predetermined who won the election. So I have here on test results, it was 42% Mike Derby, Becky Drury, 29%, Heather Baxter. Something that is mathematically impossible on election night. Here we go. Mike Derby, 42%, Becky Drury, 29%, Heather Baxter, 28%. I was shocked that nobody even acknowledged or asked one question about these 10 races that are obviously false. It cannot happen. So am I upset about this? Yes, I am, because our elections are not secure. President Trump said as much the other night. So the 15 people that came here last meeting knew the answer to all the questions that you all were asking. We raised our hands in the crowd. Nobody acknowledged us. In fact, you told me to sit down, and when we knew the answer, your junior attorney did not. Am I upset that our elections are being stolen out from under us? Yes, I'm upset.
Thank you, and we'll move on. We're gonna close public comments and then no more, unless somebody out there has something to say. Somebody has something to say. All right, we're done. We'll close public comment and we'll move on to items from the auditor. 7A. Sabrina?
Good morning, Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor, and I'm just looking for a motion of approval for the new retail on and off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine for under campus. So moved.
Second.
Have a motion from Hadcock and a second by Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move to item number 8, items from fire administration. Jerome, do you have the floor? Didn't bring your pedestal today? There you go, hold the mic.
Jerome Murray, Fire Administrator, Pennington County, South Dakota. First request is the South Dakota Volunteer Firefighter Personal Protective Equipment Grant. In the past, we were not eligible for it. The office was not. Having two of the fire marshal staff here from Pennington County, we believe we might have a chance. It'll be personal protective equipment for the office for both Maurice and myself, and we'll apply for it. The worst thing you can do is say no. So we have a request for that.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Move to authorize Pennington County Fire Administration to submit an application for the South Dakota Volunteer, pull that down again, Jordan, I was reading off there.
Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you, Jordan. Motion. Move to authorize Pennington County Fire Administration to submit an application for the South Dakota Volunteer Fire Department PPE grant program in amount not to exceed $3,700. Thank you.
Second.
Have a motion from Hadcock, second by Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to item B.
Thank you. This item B is an informational item. Not all of the information is on here because things have changed since we were submitted this to the agenda. First one is 77,000 acres of BLM ground in Pennington County. They have gone to stage 2 fire restrictions on that property. Additionally, the Nebraska National Forest, Buffalo Gap National Grasslands has gone to stage 1 fire restrictions. And then we anticipate and been told that the Black Hills National Forest will go to stage 2 restrictions on the 27th of this month. All this information will be on our burn regulation webpage, starting this afternoon. So if there's any specific issues or questions on that, it'll be on there where they get the information.
Can you give us that address for that?
It'd be under law and public safety, and then on our burn regulation piece of our webpage, we'll have links to all of this.
Maybe we can get our guy to put some stuff out from the county.
Yeah, we'll probably want to put it to the front of the webpage with it, because there's all three of the major federal agencies have some type of fire restrictions that they don't normally have, so putting it on the front page would be a good thing.
Mr. Chair. Yes.
So, Jerome, explain to me the difference between stage 1 and stage 2.
The difference is the Black Hills National Forest is always, for example, in stage 1 fire restrictions. So any open fire has to have a permit associated with it. Stage 2 restrictions will be shutting off the fire rings inside of the National Forest campgrounds, for example. There won't be any use of explosives or welding. If they have any type of welding going on, they'll have to have a patrol for upwards of an hour. Smoking inside of the vehicle, or smoking in an area that's bare, anywhere from 3 to 10 feet bare. So those are just some of the examples of the differences between stage 1 and stage 2. On the Bureau of Land Management ground, you don't need a permit to have an open fire. Under the stage 2 restrictions on the BLM ground, you will have to have a permit to have some type of fire. So like the stage 1 restrictions for the Nebraska National Forest, that will affect the off-road area down at Caputa, Farmingdale, for example. Can be kind of a problem area with those restrictions in place, and it'll give the Forest Service some more teeth as far as keeping people from having open fires in there. So that's just some of the examples of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. No action is required, so we'll move on to item 9, items from,
Yeah.
items from highway. Joe? Mr. Joe, you're up.
Tripping over my own feet this morning, I guess. Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Up in front of you here is something that has historically just been on consent calendar, but we're seeking some direction from the board as whether you would like to just delegate this to our office to do it administratively. That way we don't have to meet the meeting criteria. We did run into an issue earlier this summer with meeting, getting on the agenda for the meetings with this. Just an entity did not think of it in time and didn't know that they needed a permit. So these two are in front of you here. So we'd just like some direction as far as what you'd like to see from our office. I believe there's an option to do a resolution to delegate this duty to our office, and we can just approve them administratively, so.
So right now, you just need to get this approved so you can move forward on this, and then we'll
Correct.
handle that other one separately, so.
Correct.
Everybody understand that? Okay, let's go.
Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Hancock.
I don't have a problem with, moving forward with, just doing a resolution to let highway, approve these. I don't see that unless there's controversy, you can bring them to us on any of the issues for the celebration of anybody, or that it's gonna cause an issue in the right of way. So I don't have a problem with him just, agreeing to, let people use the right of way for their celebrations or their bike rides or whatever they're doing, so. Do we have to make any motion on that, or?
Well, I would like to handle it with just give him the motion so he can move forward, and then we can come back and do the resolution, so in the future he doesn't have to.
Yeah, if you can go ahead and do the motions to approve these two.
Okay.
We'll get those on the books, and then if you could do a motion to direct our office to bring that resolution back, we'll do that at the next meeting.
Okay. Move to approve the permit occupy right of way and road closure traffic control for the New Underwood Labor Day celebration.
Second.
A motion from Hancock, second by Darrell, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And motion carries.
Chair.
Yes,
Move
Commissioner
to
Hancock.
approve the permit to occupy right of way and associated road closure traffic control for New Underwood School Homecoming Parade.
Second.
Have a motion from Hancock, second by Drew. Any conversation? All in favor say aye. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Items from planning and zoning.
Aye, Mr.
9:30, we're running a little early, so go ahead, Commissioner Hancock.
Can we make a motion to do the resolution to bring it back to the next
So-
meeting?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we need to make a motion because it's not on the agenda. I would just say, direct the highway superintendent to come back. And the other comment about why it's relevant that this should be delegated to the highway superintendent is some of these communities, to include New Underwood. I had a chat with them and Joe about this because they didn't know they needed a permit in some of these cases. And so it's just as Joe spoke to, it becomes a timing issue. And so if they've got something planned and all of a sudden, no, I have to do this, it's not gonna fit the criteria to wait for a commission meeting, so.
I appreciate what you did, Joe, thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, we're not scheduled for planning the zone until 9:30, so. Guys, want to take a break for 15 minutes or any other plans? Jordan?
It's unusual.
And you guys are flying through it. I suppose we can take a quick break and wait for the 9:30 hearings.
All right. everybody to actually be quiet, sit down. Ready to roll, so I'm looking for a motion to go into the Board of Adjustments.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Hadcock and a second from Roskinek to go into the Board of Adjustments, and thank you, Cody, you have the floor.
Code Saxony. Item A is variance COBA 26-0012 for Charles and Cheryl Roche. It's to allow a lot size less than 5 acres in a proposed range zoning district. Staff is recommending to continue this item to the August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Cody, similar reason, that looks like we're gonna continue A through F, is that correct?
Correct. Some of these were, actually, most of these were continued from the last meeting because we weren't able to do staff reports at the time. We're able to do staff reports now. And then a lot of them had to be re-advertised for that August 4th meeting with some of the stuff that happened.
I'm gonna look through, we're probably gonna do each one of them individually as continuance, but if there's somebody here that is wanting to visit about one of these, then I wanna give them the opportunity to talk about it. We understand that we have some issues with bringing the computers back up. We're now at that point where we're doing that, and the staff is getting back to where they need to be to get these moving forward. So we'll do everything we can to expedite it for the next meeting, so. But if there's somebody on here on A through F that wants to visit about one of their items, come forward, or if not, we're gonna run through these and continue each one of these. So we'll look for some motions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to continue COVA 26-0012 to the August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. Second.
We have a motion from Drews, second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item B.
Item B is variance COBA 26-0013 for Hills West LLC, Mike Roth. It's to reduce the minimum lot size in an agriculture zoning district, and staff recommends to continue this item to the August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I move to continue COVA 26-0013 to the August 4th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion from Drews, second by Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item C.
Item C is variance COBA 26-0014 for Hills West LLC, Mike Roth. It's to reduce the minimum lot size in an agriculture zoning district. Staff recommends to continue this item to the August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Chair, move to continue COBA 26-0014 to August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Second.
Have a motion from Durham, second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item D.
Item D is variance COBA 26-0015, Hills West LLC, Mike Roth. It's to reduce the minimum lot size in the agriculture zoning district. Staff is recommending to continue this to the August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Move to continue COBA 26-0015 to August 4th Board of Commissioner meeting.
Second.
We have a motion from Durham, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item E.
Item E is variance COBA 26-0016, Hills West LLC, Mike Roth, to reduce the minimum lot size in the agriculture zoning district. Staff is recommending to continue this to the August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move to continue COVA 26-0016 to the August 4th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion from Drews, second from Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F.
Item F is COBA 26-0017 for Thomas Rear. It's to allow more than 40 lots on a dead-end road system, and staff is recommending to continue this to the August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Move to continue COBA 26-0017 to August 4th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Second.
I have a motion from Durham, second from Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Move to adjourn as a Board of Adjustment and reconvene as a Board of Commissioners.
Second.
I have a motion from Durham, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Regular planning items, ordinance 06, public nuisance update, David Carr. I thought we called you Dwayne.
Good morning, Commissioner. Dwayne Allen from Pennington County Planning and Zoning Ordinance Enforcement. Today's review on Mr. Carr's property. sent some pictures out to you. I have done some more pictures. I took some pictures yesterday afternoon. So you can see the progress that's been made. There has been quite a bit of progress that he has made on this property. He is in the audience if you'd like to speak with him.
What are we looking to do here? Because I have a speaker request form from John Barber.
I gave out my recommendations are on there. My recommendation would be to give him another 60 days.
I'm not in favor of that, so we'll let the commission decide on that. So is John Barley here?
Ron, can we see the pictures first?
Yeah, I seen him right here.
These ones? We're not gonna put them on the screen.
They just got delivered.
John, will give you the floor, sir.
Okay, John Barley, Rapid Valley.
Now, you're, John, to make this clear, you're his neighbor, is that correct?
I guess I am his neighbor. I think we need to move on with this. He's had 60 days, that prior 60 days that you gave him, they didn't accomplish anything. And recently they have started to do some work, but it's, the writing's on the wall. We can't keep going 60 days, and stretch this out another year, whatever it's gonna take. We're gonna run into issues. If you get the contractor in there and abate this property, this can all be cleaned up in a day. It's gonna take many days, many weeks. We got a dumpster sitting out here in our cul-de-sac now, which, you give them 60 days, there's a dumpster there. Garbage trucks, everything else is coming in and out of our property, our cul-de-sac. It's just a bad situation there, and there's a lot of stuff there still. I recommend you go in and abate the property and be done with it.
John, I got a question for you if you don't mind.
Okay.
I just want to know how long you've been dealing with this.
We started this in April of 2025. So it's roughly about 15 months ago. And so that 60 days was up July 7th. And here we are towards the end of July, and we're just now getting back to this again. So this is just dragging out, and we're shifting it from planning back to state's attorney, back and forth. Nothing's getting accomplished. We need to just, bite the bullet and have somebody go in and clean it up. That's my opinion. That's what I'm asking for.
You have anything more to say, John?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I do have something else.
Okay.
To the neighbors right beside them, which Dwayne is back in control of now too, with the campers and all the junk over there. Tyler had that at state's attorney's office for an extended period of time, never accomplished anything. He threw it back in Dwayne's lap now, and here we are in limbo on that property too. So both of these were started at the same time in April of 2025. And neither one has accomplished anything.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, that's all.
Commission, I'm gonna open this up to you guys.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Dirk, have you been to the property recently?
I drove by there, it's probably been about a month ago. When I looked at it.
What was your consensus?
Did a month ago, just as Mr. Barley explained, not a lot had been done. But I believe Dwayne was out there yesterday and took these pictures. When was the dumpster put out there, do we know?
Well, this is his second load. I'll give him credit for that. But the dumpster's been there probably about 2 weeks, 10 days, somewhere in there. So.
John, you go ahead and sit down. You can go ahead and sit down, we're done with you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So Dwayne, what would be the process, your second motion here, state's attorney? And so we're not talking about having the state's attorney go through the process of a civil action going to court, because I believe there's 2 ways to do it. One, we can just say it needs to be abated without going through the court system, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Chair,
Commissioner Hancock.
I'm gonna bring David Carr up, please.
David, are you here? You wanna come forward and visit?
And if I may just make one more statement, these were not opened at the same time. Initially, the complaint against Mr. Carter was not requested.
We're just talking about this particular item.
I just want to make that clear.
David, you have, Commissioner Hancock wants to ask you some questions.
So Mr. Carr, how long have you been working on trying to clean this up?
I've been working real hard, I say the past month.
Okay.
I worked last Sunday up until 1 o'clock in the morning, and then I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning, on Monday morning, and I had some friends help, but we loaded two of those dumpsters full, and I've already ordered one more, and it's only gonna be there for eight more days. I don't think I won't get another one. I should be able to get most of the big heavy stuff in that last dumpster out of there. I can't imagine another dumpster load. So this will make 3, which will get most of the big, ugly stuff, out of the yard and the back, most of the back too, and sides. And
So with 10 more days work instead of 60?
I would be happy with 10 days.
And if it's not cleaned up in 10 days, then we're coming back up here again, and what's gonna happen is, we're gonna have to send it to the attorney, so.
Yeah.
Because if you've done 2 dumpsters, that's a lot of stuff that you got rid of. Dwayne, I talked to Dwayne, and he said you're working hard at trying to get that done. I don't think 10 days for me is gonna be, I'm not willing to give 60, but 10 more days to try to get that done, I think it's pretty fair, because that was a lot of stuff. So that's my recommendation.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross.
Maybe we could, just set the 10 days to take this up the next meeting, 2 weeks.
So basically, what they're talking about is giving you 10 days to finish it. At the end of 10 days, can you just abate this property? Can you just go in and clean it up?
I can abate it at the discretion of the board, sir.
So if we give you the authority right now, after 10 days to just go in and abate that property, we can do that today?
I'd have to ask Tyler on that.
Is he
I'll
here,
exactly
Tyler,
what
here? He's not here, so I guess we'll listen.
If that is what the board would direct at this time, then
I guess it's up to the board what you guys
He's
want
not,
to do.
he's not.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, Tyler, here comes Tyler. So, he'll give you, Garrett, Mr.
I've got a
Ducey.
question for
Yes,
Mr.
Commissioner
Carr.
Ducey, go ahead.
So, Mr. Carr, how much of the material that's left is salvageable, and what are you doing with that? Do you have someplace to put the salvageable items?
If I can't get it inside the garage, it's gonna have to go to the dump, or a store, a thrift store. If I can't, anything that is an eyesore of any kind that looks bad, if I can't make it look good, or I'm gonna have to either get rid of it or put it inside the garage somewhere.
So, Mr. Carr, we had this conversation with you last night, understanding that you gotta clean this up. You said you understood, we gave you 60 days, here we are again. That's the key that I have to it. This just didn't happen overnight. Your neighbors have been dealing with this for quite some time now. So basically what we're talking about, we're gonna ask the attorney here, is if you don't clean this up in 10 days, then we're gonna come in and clean it up. Tyler, is that something within our authority?
Tyler Stubbs, United States Attorney's Office. I think the cleaner way of going about kind of what I think the board is wanting to do here is to continue kind of what Commissioner Rossman said. Continue this to the next meeting, and then make the abatement determination then, because I think there's too much discretion involved with Dwayne and what progress may or may not have been, it may be satisfactory to Dwayne, maybe not to the commission. So that's at least what I think the cleanest thing for you folks to do today would be.
Does everybody understand that?
That'd be my motion.
Okay, so the motion from Hancock to allow for 10 days to go to the next meeting. So do you understand that, Mr. Carr? The next meeting, we're having a conversation about abating your property if this is not cleaned up. So that means we're gonna come in, clean it up. That's gonna be the discussion we're gonna have next meeting. We're gonna come in, clean it up, and then we're gonna put a lien on your property to pay for that. Do you understand that, Mr. Carr?
Some things I don't know. In my yard, if I think they're okay, and you think you're not, I'm not sure, what's things that, you know,
Yeah, I think you can work with Dwayne on that. He's done enough of these that he knows, so
okay, well, that's fine.
are you fairly fine with that? Because that's what's gonna happen.
I,
We're done dealing with it, basically, is what it's coming down to.
yeah.
Okay?
Mr. Chair, I would second that motion.
We have a motion from Hancock, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thanks, sir. Thank you, guys. Move on to the next item. H, ordinance 106 nuisance update, Olivia Peck.
Hey, board again, Dwayne from Planning and Zoning Ordinance Enforcement. The letter I sent out to you guys, Ms. Beck passed away about a week after you were ruling for her to have 60 days to clean up that property. Therefore, it has gone through the process of new ownership now. With that new ownership, I've gone through, Tyler and my directors talked about that. And according to the way things have to be, I have to start that process over again with the new owner. Because that would be a,
So what do you have to do during explain?
I've already sent them a new letter stating clean up on that one, just the same process as what I would do for any.
So the process is, how long do they have to clean it up?
They have the 14 days to come back to notify with me, 30 days basically, and then another letter can go out, and it would be at least 60 before it would come.
And you started that
Yes,
process?
sir, I have already started it.
Okay, perfect. So, Commission have any questions on that item? No questions? Thanks, Dwayne.
Here, just keep
Don't
us
wait, don't
updated on
motion
it,
here.
please, sorry, Chair. Just keep us updated on it, because new owners are probably gonna get the whole thing, so just keep us updated. Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne, for working with everybody to get these things done. Items from the state's attorney, ordinance upholding county gross receipts tax and user tax for Pennington County. Per direction, board staff has prepared. Okay, Tyler, here, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. It's exactly just that. This is the second reading of our county gross receipts tax titled Ordinance 796. We went through this at the, I think it was the July 7th meeting. I think it's pretty straightforward, but I'll stand for any questions that you might have. I guess the one thing I would note for you is that our northern neighbors in Meade County, we kind of worked on this draft together, and I'll let you know, just for transparency's sake, that they struck the Section 6, which is the county administrative fees. They felt that it was prone for future ordinance amendments. You know, if they change what that administrative fee looks like, it could require us to go back and amend this ordinance. But I personally like this section because I think it's more transparent for the public, but that's the one comment I'll make, I suppose.
Thank you. I have a speaker request form, Tyler. So Mike Mueller, you're in the audience, sir. Come forward, sir, and just state your name and then go ahead. You have the floor, Mr. Mike.
Thank you once again, Commissioners. Mike Mueller. As I spoke 2 weeks ago, best way to cut taxes is to cut spending and not add another tax that we might live with for into perpetuity. So if you would please consider that. And also another comment is our neighboring counties will probably lose out on this if passed by Pennington County, because they will be migrating, those neighboring counties, residents will be migrating to Pennington County to make purchases, retail purchases. So if they wanted to pass their own ordinance, they're sorry, they're out. So yes, we could make some money out of this as Pennington County, but I would rather see you hesitate and figure out after the budget process to consider what can be cut for spending, because this can not affect any more than 27% of your property tax bill in the county. So it's not the entire enchilada. 56% goes to schools, 13% go to cities. This is an average in the state. 27% of your bill is for the county commission operation. So please consider adding a tax that lives forever.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mike. Any comments from the commission?
Mr. Chair.
We'll hold it. We got to be quorum here. Thank you. So,
I believe the last meeting, we said we have the discretion to choose what percent we want. We can go up to 0.5% to, that's variable. And we also discussed if this doesn't work, whatever commission's in place at the time, they can sit there, they go back the way it was before. It's not perpetual by no means.
I'm going to make a comment here, just so people understand. This is not an added tax. This is basically a shifted tax. shifts from property tax for owner occupied property, it shifts to a sales tax. So whatever we have in sales tax, the county doesn't get any more money. So I hope people understand that. There's no more money in this for the county. And this commission up here has worked very diligently and very hard to cut where we can, and we're still doing it. If you don't believe me, just come to our budget meetings and listen, go to our directors and listen and watch what they're doing. And we have held our budget flat. And last year when we were in a negative hole, we're coming out of that hole. So this is not a added tax, it is a shift. It's a shift from owner-occupied property to a sales tax, which we hope that the tourists will pick up a big bit of this. The county hasn't had a sales tax before. I mean, I wish it was a tax on alcohol consumption, because that would be actually a better offset for what costs are really involved in the county, but that's what I have to say about it. I'm gonna open up the floor to the rest of the commission here. Any comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd make the motion to approve the second reading and final adoption of ordinance 796, an ordinance imposing county gross receipts tax and the use tax for Pennington County, South Dakota.
Second. We have a motion from Drew and a second by Roskinek. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Items from the commission office, equalization deputy director position. Jordan, sir, you have the floor. And then is Trevor here? Does Trevor want to speak on this one?
He may not have been able to be here for it, so that's why I put it under the commission.
Oh, he was here a minute ago.
In case he's not here to speak to this, I can at least run through real quick.
Okay, perfect. We'll just let you do it. Go ahead.
So essentially what we're looking at here is we're looking at hiring or replacing a deputy director of equalization position. Because of the way that the statutes read, because of 10.3.11, the board actually has the authority to appoint that deputy at the recommendation of the director. So the director just wanted to ask the board as a body if they want to set one of the commissioners or a representative at some point on the interview panel, just because they have that authority, they recognize that. So that's really all the question is do you guys want someone?
So I'll open it up to the commission for questions on, I personally think that Trevor's way qualified to hire the person, but if he wants one of us in there, that's fine, but I'll open it up to the rest of the commission.
Trevor's got
Here.
it.
Commissioner Hancock, you have the floor.
Well, it usually goes equalization director, HR, and then one commissioner. So, I would recommend it that way more than, doing the second appraiser. I think Trevor's representing his office, HR is representing, HR, and then the commission, based on, sounds like SDCL 10.3.13, stating that we appoint, board of, that, deputy. I don't think all of us need to do that. I think, Trevor should be in that process with the HR.
I think, yeah, okay, good, so,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dirk.
I think this statute is just one of those that I believe is just kind of antiquated. In fact, it just popped up, on our radar. And I think that's one of those that, yes, we appoint the director, but I don't believe the commission should be involved below that level. And that would be one of those statutes, Gary, as you visit with the association, at least, I think it's one of those many antiquated ones out there related to counties that should just be struck. We hire the director, and I believe all directors should be directly involved in hiring their staff without commission involvement, but that's my position.
Anything else? Is there a motion required here, Jordan, or anything?
There is no motion requested. It was just if you guys wanted to have someone sit on the interview panel, you could direct that.
Trevor is on vacation with his daughter today or something.
So
He
Chair,
did come in for a conversation, but
is that a rule then, 10.3-13?
it's a rule that we can use, right? Is that correct, or whatever?
Can or shall?
It is they shall appoint the deputy, but that is going to come before the board no matter what. They don't necessarily have to be involved in all the interview process. They could get the recommendation from the director after the interviews, and then the board shall appoint any deputy.
I think if any commissioner wants to be involved, they simply just go to Trevor or to the commission office.
I guess I didn't mind. I thought it was saying that one of us had to be on there based on 10.3.13. Then I guess I didn't understand why this was on the agenda, but.
Trevor was asking, he wanted to know if we wanted to get involved. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, information, elections on hand county ballots, and, we How many speaker request forms on this thing?
Yeah. A few.
So basically what we're talking about here, last commission, the commission up here voted that they would look at the legality of doing a 100% hand count, recount, and the legalities of it. So that's what we're here to discuss today. Anything above that is gonna be hammered down. We're gonna talk about the item on its face of whether it is legal or not legal to do 100% hand count of the ballots after they're tabulated. I'm gonna make sure the commission understands that part. Jordan, that's correct?
That is correct.
That's what this item is about. So it's really, we've already made the motion to do it if it was legal, correct?
That is correct. On July 7th, the board did make a motion that they would proceed with the election, the runoff election, as
It would be
normal
tabulated and then do 100%
And then,
hand count,
if
recount,
legal-
if it was legal to do.
Yes.
So there's no motion required. We're just gonna decide whether it's legal or not legal, and that's gonna be talked through. So we might as well go through all the speaker request forms on it. So when you come up here and speak about it, speak to that item. Don't get off topic. Speak on that item. We have quite a few here. So we'll just start. I got them. I tried to go opposed and for, but some people didn't mark. So I'm just gonna take them in whatever order I have them. So let's just do that. And the first one I have is Mark Kirkby. And again, we're talking about the vote we made last commission, and so hopefully you understand that, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Pennington County Board of Commissioners. I'm Mark Kirkby, resident, taxpayer, registered Republican voter of Pennington County. And I'm here just to support the motion that you made previously on that with the integrity of our elections and to maintain that leadership and that discipline that you have presented to maintain accuracy in our elections.
Thank you, Mark. Cheryl Kirkby, you're next. I don't know if it's, we went through alphabetical order here, but maybe your scissors, hand them in at the same time.
Cheryl Kirkby, resident of Pennington County. I marked down that I was opposed to this, but I think that I just want to support the process. I believe that counting the ballots the way that we typically do is the way to go, and I do not think, I think there's more of a margin for error in the hand counting than there is in the process. I would like to be known that I will volunteer to oversee the process, but I think that the way that you have it is correct.
Okay, so you understand, we're talking about doing a tabulation and then doing 100% hand count if it's legal. We don't want to jeopardize the election, so.
Okay, so I'm opposed.
It's a little bit, I want to make sure
It's hard
everybody
to
knows.
understand.
Yeah.
I'm opposed to paying people to hand count the ballots.
Right, and that's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about doing the election, tabulating them, and then doing 100% recount if it was legal. And so that's what we're here talking about.
I think I made your position clear.
Yep, you did, thank you. Okay, Cindy Cook. I'm just taking them in order, Cindy, it's your chance to talk.
It's her anniversary today. She'd like to get going.
Tachi first.
It's a. You want me to go?
I don't care, whatever you guys want to decide between the two of you. Are you up there, Tachi? Okay, you would have been, not the next one, but the next one anyway, so.
Well, I just want to give a little background because there was a newspaper article, and I think that it needs some explanation. After the last meeting, in private conversations with each one of you, we discussed the legalities. And we did talk about the fact that the law allows one or the other. Both are legitimate methods to count an election. And with that, we were given a challenge in private conversations with the commissioners, and I won't say which ones, but to see if it was possible to even get people interested in doing this. So, may I distribute a piece of paper
Yeah.
along with you? Can I pause my time?
Yeah, pause your time.
Thank you.
I'll make a copy for the public.
You're venturing into a gray area here, Tachi.
I know this and thank you for your indulgence. So we endeavored, by we, a small group of determined people who have had a lot of experience with elections and poll working and poll watching. And as you can see right there, that is a list of all of the polling places in Pennington County, which precincts are there and how many people volunteered for each of those precincts to do a hand count at the precincts before the ballots leave, which is the way the law allows for a hand count. That is.
Okay, but you understand what we're, and I talked to you on the phone.
I do, but I think that because there's been a lot in the media.
Well, what we're talking about today, Tanchi, and I don't care what's in the media, is what we're talking about.
We're talking about the possibility of amendment of your resolution, because the challenge was if you can prove that this is a possibility, that this is a reality that we could do, then it's possible to amend the resolution.
And that's what. Commission. I'll let you go with that. We'll leave it up to the commission.
But this is the list. We have organized them by precinct. Every color you see, there's 6 pages, has every precinct manned, and there are 221 names. We only needed 170. We also allowed for an alternate at each one, which is 204, so the remainder, the plan would be, because we do feel that this requires a plan. The plan would be that the remainder would be on call that night in case someone did not show up for their station or somebody got sick. So we feel that this is doable, that it is a way to help the county out, because right now you are under cyber attack and it's kind of an emergency situation. So we're trying to make your lives easier, basically.
Okay, so basically our machines are not hooked up to the internet, by the way.
No, but things that aren't hooked up to the internet can be controlled remotely,
But I'm just saying, it doesn't
like a
affect,
drone.
it doesn't affect how it gets counted, so, I mean, how the tabulation machine works, but we'll have that conversation again.
Well, the legality is either one or the other. You can't do both.
Okay, we're gonna, that's what we're discussing, thank you. So, Cindy, I put you in her spot, so the next person is Dale. So Dale Luce. You have the floor, sir.
All right, my name's Dale Booth, and from Rapid City. And, you might have made a decision to do the tabulators versus the hand counting, and now I know why you made the motion you did, because I FOIA'd the information of what you're paying ES&S 2 days after the last meeting. You paid ES&S just about $16,770 for the election that hasn't even happened. How can this be? It's right here. 7/9 of 2026, there's 3 invoices that are being paid. Election hasn't even happened. So how can this be? Would you be willing to pay the election workers, the counters, the same money that you spent to ES&S and keep the money local here? Wouldn't that be a nice advantage to the public? One other little deal here. It's been found out that the tabulator electronic equipment has been found out that they are a threat to our national security. President Trump has made that very well known. So by using them, you now are subject to treason. Is that what you want? There's 2 reasons I really like about Trump. Reasonings I like about Trump. One, he always lets the people do the right thing. So here's your chance to do the right thing. Hand count the runoff. Number 2, Trump always says he caught them all. So how deep does that go? The governor's office? The SOS office? Commissioners? Who knows? You think you're protected by the government cabal, but you're not. You will find out that the foundation of what you're standing on is crumbling. So, if you guys want to put yourself into that predicament, don't tell me or anybody that you didn't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Cook, you're next. But just for the audience to know, the people that do the elections, the poll watchers, anybody who counts gets paid $25 an hour plus whatever it costs, unemployment tax, all that stuff. So just so you know. Cindy, you have the floor, 3 minutes.
Cindy Cook, Pennington County. So, Dale's right on these expenses, and here they are if you guys want a copy. I can pass one along. I made a copy for you. And so what it boils down to is if we hand count in the precinct where we will keep the chain of custody intact, we will spend $1 a ballot. When we have ES&S do it, it's at least $6 a ballot. So that's really something to consider there. Every time we come to these meetings, the department heads all want more money. They all come up here. We listen to it every time. They want more money, show you how to, we come to show you how to save money. So I hope you would take that into consideration. And I guess I owe an apology to your attorney that I called him a junior attorney. He's not. But it would have been real helpful if you could have informed us that you'd already paid for the ES&S governor's race before we showed up a few times here. So the fact that there are this many people here that want elections to be transparent is pretty mind-blowing. It's quite a testament to our community, and it is a well-known fact that every time one of us shows up here, it's as if 1,000 people are here. So the last meeting we had, there were 15,000 people here wanting transparent elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Next person, Sandra McLean. And I think maybe there's another person, Patty Somstad. Are you two together? Or?
Again, we didn't know if that was going to break a rule or not.
I'm sorry, what?
We didn't know if that was going to break a rule or not.
I don't think so.
Okay.
If you appreciate that. I mean, it's not always that easy to come up here and have people looking down on you.
I know we've been here before.
Yeah, but,
thank you for listening to us, you guys. My name is Sandy McLean, and I was on the town board for about 18 years in Keystone and am running again. Very controversial issues on voting. I am very supportive of hand counting, and the reason for that is we had some issues in Keystone and they weren't dealt with. And I feel that it is very important to be transparent. We currently have a board that's not transparent, and that's the reason for running. So transparency, as they had said before, is very, very important. And I feel that the budget needs to be cut in relationship to the election. And it's interesting because I didn't do a lot of research, but I am very supportive in doing hand counting, and I just want you to know that. Thank you.
thank you.
And I'm just up here in agreement to let you all know that I'm also in agreement, so you know that there are several of us who are very concerned, and I do work the polls.
And
as well.
Thank you.
So,
It's not always
yeah,
easy to
so
find
I
people who do
appreciate
this.
it. I appreciate the conversation and hope that you will consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a nice day, please. Jim Hayward.
I'm Jim Hayward, live out in Rapid Valley, and I am in support. I don't understand why this could not be legal to hand count in the first place. But anyway, anyone working in the computer programming industry or field knows that a backdoor can be programmed into any computer program, and that's my concern. And as far as having enough people to cover the polls, even my wife and I have signed up to help out with that, should it be available. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for volunteering too. You can always use one. Heather Baxter. The reason it's illegal is a state law, so get a hold of your legislator. There's a couple of them in here today. So, it's not hand counting per se that's illegal. I think it's all the other things that roll into election integrity, so, but we're gonna figure that out. So, Heather.
Good morning, Commissioners. Heather Baxter, and I'm from here in Rapid City. I just wanted to go over a couple of the codified laws that you guys have in order to, for you to make a more informed decision. So I know you're familiar with the 12-17B3 that gives the authority to you guys to adopt, experiment with, or abandon the systems set forth by the Board of Elections. 12-15-14, counting boards in large paper ballot precincts and their duties. 12-15-14.1, counting boards in smaller precincts to avoid unreasonable delay. 12-1632, separate tally sheets provided at the precincts. 12-1634, rules and columns on the tally sheets and how to do those. 12-1635, listing of candidates and submitted questions on tally sheets. 12-1636, space for tally marks and vote totals on the tally sheets at these precincts. 12-1637, space for tallying votes on submitted questions. 12-1638, tallying and marking of votes, entry of total votes at the precincts. 12-1641, tally lists govern over the certificate. 12-20-1, delivery of supplies to the counting board, certificate of transmittal and receipt, commencement of the count, continuation without adjournment, and comparison and correction of poll lists, and talking about the penalty as well. 12-20-02, opening of the ballot box at the precincts and how to deal with those. 12-20-05, counting of the votes while you're at the precincts. 12-28, precinct superintendent and precinct duties to record intention of the voter at the precincts. 12-20-10, blank list for unofficial return for precinct vote for candidates and submitted questions. 12-20-11, entry of precinct vote on unofficial return list to return with election returns from the precinct to the auditor. 12-20-18, entry of the candidate votes in a precinct poll votes. 12-20-21, return of ballot boxes, returns, records, and supplies to office in charge, tampering prohibited, violation as a felony. 12-20-21.1, circumstances requiring report of official returns by telephone. And then they're in the rules for the state, they have 5.2.05.02, instructions to the voters using hand-counted paper ballots. The next one, 5.2.16, the counted ballot, a vote ballot counted by the election or counting board in at least one race while at the precinct. So I just want to go over a few of the different codified laws that you guys do have that give you guidance and direction while hand counting at the precincts, because I always think it's important to look at what the law does provide for you in order to support the public and the transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heather. And everybody out there can see all the complications that arise from all those different legislations, so it just should be illegal to tamper. So we will move on to the next person, and that is Andrew. Did he just leave? I'll hold him just in case he comes back. Mike Mueller. Hey, Mr. Mike.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Mike Mueller. I think the spirit of the electorate's being defeated here if this motion holds up. But I'd like to give you a parliamentary opportunity. Might be Jordan, might be Tyler, might be somebody else who corrects this if I'm wrong. But there is in the book of parliamentary procedure a motion to rescind a previous action. You have an opportunity to change your mind today with new information that's been presented. I understand a gathering of people talked with Tyler after your meeting on July 7th and brought some light to things that he was cautioning you of that day. And I think you have an opportunity to change your mind for the electorate's benefit.
I'm not sure, Mike, maybe I'm not sure what, I understand what you're
A
saying.
motion
because
to rescind could be
The
made
motion,
today.
do you know what the motion is? First of all, explain to me the motion so we make sure we're on the same page.
The motion on the board here is use the tabulators and do a 100% post-election audit if legal,
Right.
okay?
Okay, that's
You
what
can
we're talking
rescind that motion in Robert's rules and come back with a new motion, is what I'm trying to ask.
Okay.
And maybe that's a Jordan question, maybe that's a Tyler question, but that is in the book as a possible action by this board. So I would want you to consider that. Tally sheets have been presented for each precinct so they can be utilized. We're in the starting blocks. The folks want election integrity and they're begging you. So I want you to consider, please, to look at that option today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. So, Mr. Mike Derby, sir, another legislator. Man, we never see these guys all year, and all of a sudden we get one item, we start to see them. Appreciate it. Go
Good
ahead,
morning,
Mike.
Mr. Chairman.
The floor is yours.
Mike Derby, State Representative, District 34. Appreciate being here today. I'm going to go back to your original comment, Mr. Chairman. You wanted to zero in on the legality of what you're doing. And so I'm sure you have outstanding legal counsel. As a matter of fact, I've been in conversations with one of your legal advisors. And so you have to operate under state statute. And I'm in the business of making state statutes, so to speak. And my understanding is, and you alluded to it, that your attorneys have brought forth information that to move forward with that motion, it cannot be done under current state statute. Is that correct?
I'm not positive, but I guess, you know, at some point we need to address that, but I wanted to give everybody an opportunity to speak, but, you know, maybe we should address that up front so we know. And Tyler's here, so since it's come up, Tyler, let's address that. Let's address what you're gonna give us for information, and we'll put his time on hold. I mean, that's a legitimate question everybody's wanting to know, so. Tyler, you know what the motion was on the floor?
Yeah, so Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. So just to kind of, I think a little rephrasing is necessary to kind of capture what happened in July 7th. So the word recount has been used a couple times. I think it should be noted that it's the post-election audit is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the true recount, because those are two different mechanisms in law. But regardless, based on the board's direction last time, we got in contact with the election hotline from the SDPA, who did indicate that it's a strict 5% on the post-election audit. However, they supplemented their advice to us and went ahead and opined that the post-election audit only applies to the actual primary and general, but not the primary runoff. So that puts us, you know, the previous motion kind of between a rock and a hard place, because, you know, we're in a runoff and not the straight primary, not the straight general. So whenever, you know, as it pertains to the actual post-election audit, it seemed to me, even at that time on July 7th and with consulting counsel, that that's a strict 5%, and above and beyond that, they opined that the post-election audit doesn't apply at all.
So, Mr. Derby, I'll let you finish, and you heard his opinion. Everybody in the audience has heard his opinion. Tyler, if you just give us a few seconds to let us finish, and if you want to stand by for some questions. So, Mr. Derby, you heard his opinion. Go ahead and finish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I think what we're faced with is the fact that the statute does not refer to what we're trying to do. That can be fixed in the next legislative session, if so be it. But my opinion is, based on what I've heard and talking to legal counsel, is you should proceed as you've always done in the past, do the tabulation, and be done, based on what I've heard. Do what you've done in the past, keep your eye on the ball. We're under quite a bit of duress from time and so on and so forth. But just legally, I think you're in that spot. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Fry-Mueller, Miss Julie, you have the floor. I'm going to give you 3 minutes, Julie. Everybody's been very respectful today. I appreciate that.
I'm Julie Frey-Mueller, and I am here in support of hand counting. There's been a lot of work put in by the citizens of Pennington County to get this accomplished. And I'm just gonna keep it short because I think Tanji, Cindy, Dale, all of them who have been in support of this have let you know that it is legal to do. The citizens have put the work in to let you know that we would like to do it. I believe we should have the opportunity to do it, and I would highly request that you support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next person, Kirsten Mitzel. Hey, Kirsten, are you still selling counters?
Nope, not doing counters anymore.
You're not.
On to some new
I've done my
ventures.
go in my shower. It's most
Well,
awesome
my
thing.
full-time job is coming to talk to you guys.
Someone's got to keep us in check, so we appreciate that.
Hello, Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Kirsten Mitzel, and I've assisted in gathering the volunteers for hand counting. And I've also observed the tabulator counting, and I do have some serious concerns about how that tabulator process is performed. I am respectfully asking this commission to exercise the authority granted to it under South Dakota law and direct that ballots cast in this upcoming runoff be counted by hand at the individual precinct polling places. This request is not asking the county to disregard election law. It is asking the county to amend this motion because the way it is currently written, I believe, is unlawful, and instead use a lawful counting method that South Dakota law expressly recognizes and regulates. The clearest authority is found in South Dakota Codified Law 1217B-3. That statute states that a governing body having supervision of elections may adopt, experiment with, or abandon an automatic tabulating system. The word abandon matters. The legislature did not require counties to use tabulators in every election. It specifically gave the governing body authority to discontinue their use. South Dakota law also provides a complete process for counting ballots by hand. South Dakota Codified Law, Chapter 12-20, lays out that process from the close of the polls through the return of the official election records. 12-20-1 states that after the polls close and the ballots are reconciled, the precinct election board or a counting board, if one has been appointed, shall immediately proceed to count votes publicly in the presence of anyone who wishes to attend. The phrase "if appointed" is important. It means that a separate counting board is optional. If one is not appointed, the precinct election board itself performs the count. That supports the legality of counting each precinct's ballots at the precinct's polling place immediately after polls close. 12-20-2 requires precinct election boards to open the ballot box, count and reconcile ballots with the poll book and registration records and correct any discrepancies. 12-20-11 requires the board to record the true number of votes cast in the precinct. 12-20-18 requires those results to be entered in the precinct poll book and duplicate tally sheet. 12-20-21, the sealed ballot box, tally sheets, poll books, registration records, and election returns are immediately delivered to the officer in charge of the election. Tampering with those materials is in fact a felony. Taken together, the law provides a clear sequence. The polls close, the precinct records are reconciled, ballots are publicly counted at the precinct, and results are recorded in official forms. Materials are sealed and securely transported to the auditor. This runoff election is especially well suited for that process because the ballot is limited. A shorter ballot makes the count more manageable, easier to staff, and easier for the public to observe. This is not a criticism of the county auditor, election workers, or any voting system. It's a request that the commission use an option the legislature has preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. You must have timed that one out. Did it right now.
Never.
Thank you.
It's my first time.
Janet Jackson.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much for your service and taking time today to listen to your constituents. A couple of things. I do have, so South Dakota law, as has been mentioned, does provide a complete process for counting ballots by hand.
Jan, I'm going to interrupt you for a second because everybody keeps telling us that. We understand that part, but what we're talking about is the motion that was made. So, and I know that there's somebody that wanted to address an amendment, so I've been allowing that, but we already know that hand counting is legal. We're not questioning that, so I don't want anybody to walk away with a false idea that we don't think it is. So,
thank you. And I should also introduce myself, Janet Jensen, Pennington County. I do have a copy of 12-20. If you would like to have a copy of that so that you can peruse the South Dakota statute regarding the election process. And then the other thing that I just wanted to say is, I think that we have made it obvious that there is a group, there are people that do want the hand counting process, and specifically for this election. If for some reason the commission would decide that it is not legal, I would ask that you would set out a process, put a process in place that the commission would work with us so that we could potentially bring something forth at the general election. So if there are some situations, some roadblocks, because in some respects it feels like we've had some goalposts set for us, but they keep moving. Initially it was, do we have the volunteers? Well, we got the volunteers. Then it became, maybe we can't get the I-9s and the W-4s in time. Now it's, is this legal? So I'm just asking that the people have obviously shown we were able to recruit over 200 plus volunteers within a 2-week period. That is a formidable task. It shows that people are interested in this. And so, again, my request is just, if your vote is no today, please put something in place so that we can work with the commission, help us, help you, and please have you help us so that we can see what we can get done for the general election. Thank you.
Jen, I'm just gonna make one comment. The goalposts have not been moved. The goalposts are the same as they were the last meeting we had. We're voting on and finding out if this was legal or not. We had this conversation last meeting about whether we would do 100% hand count from the beginning or whether we would modify it and do something that we came up with this motion that said if it's legal that they would do an audit, 100% audit. So that's what, the goalposts have never been moved. There's been some miscommunication all throughout the community, yes, but the goalposts have never been moved. So does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay. I have one more person, and then I'm going to close public comment. So Mariah Cranny. So you know what we're talking about, Mariah? We're talking about the motion we made last time. Okay. Thank you.
I was just wondering if, hello commissioners, my name is Mariah Cranny. I was just wondering if the video from the last commissioners meeting was going to be posted online?
It will be, we hope. I don't have a time frame as to when it will be posted.
Since it wasn't posted online, can I speak about something pertaining to elections that has actually been brought into light by
We're talking, I made everybody else stick to what we were talking about. I'm gonna make you stick to the same thing, and that's about the motion, or as had been just, we moved into amendment to the motion. So if you wanna talk about those two items, I'm good with that, but anything outside of that, I'm not. As you can see, we have a lot of technical problems leading into this, and we understand that it's frustrating, but at the same time, we're all working with under that same umbrella. So, does that make sense?
It pertains to the legality of elections,
Of this election,
the upcoming election.
the legality of whether we can do
Problems
it.
in our elections since 2020 that have not been fixed.
Go ahead, you get 3 minutes, or 2 minutes left. Go ahead.
In 2020, I was a canvasser. I canvassed the entire city of Rapid City. I witnessed 60 registered voters at storage facilities. Should we have 60 registered voters at a storage facility? Probably not. I wrote John Thune, our senator, who is supposed to be representing us, a letter with my concerns. He wrote me a letter back calling me a conspiracy theorist. I just would like to know if I'm still a conspiracy theorist. When I witnessed election fraud in Rapid City, South Dakota in 2020, those problems have not been solved yet. We're getting ready to have more elections. People are already voting, even though the state law says that election day is election day, not election month, week, season. So yes, we need to hand count paper ballots. People vote on paper. We should be able to audit the paper, not a machine. The machines are compromised. Please understand this. If the elections were run today, on paper, would you even be in office? Think about that. Maybe people don't want election integrity because they know they wouldn't be in office right now had we had it for the elections that were held for them. Maybe that's why our elected representatives called us names in 2020 when we saw it with our own eyes. Is our senator a CIA asset? Why is he calling us conspiracy theorists? I would like an apology.
I can't answer for him, you can give him a call. I'm closing public comment now, so I'm gonna leave it to the commission to open up. And I'll just start on this, and Commissioner Hancock, do you have anything to say? Nothing?
I'll listen to everybody else first.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek has something to say.
I think at the last meeting I made it pretty clear that I was open to looking at Ann County. And subsequent to that meeting, I got phone calls and I reached out to our county auditor. It's my understanding that if we find 230 volunteers, those volunteers each have to be certified and trained. And that, she thought that could be a problem.
Kindergarten graduation.
I'm sorry, hold on. Who's speaking out there?
Mariah.
Mariah, I'm gonna ask you to maintain, because I can't see you wherever you are. I had an operation on my left eye and I'm having a hard time seeing out of that eye. But wherever you are, I'm gonna ask you to maintain decorum. Everybody else in here has done a super fantastic job with it, and I'm not gonna put up with that. One more outbreak and we'll ask you to be removed from the chambers. You understand?
Yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead. Commissioner Roskinek, you have the floor.
And I guess I took that into consideration, and I also took into consideration we're going through a cyber incident, and the county is not running at full speed. So then I asked myself, is this the right time to pull the trigger on the hand count? And I made it very clear in publicly that I'd be with more time to prepare and make sure we're doing things right, that I'd be more than happy to consider this hand count in November for the general election. But I guess my question is that these 221 volunteers, it's my understanding that it's about a 2-hour process to train and certify each operator, each volunteer. So this is where I'm kind of backing off on where I was last time. I just want to make sure that we're going to do, and then I also had another phone call, and the lady goes, I said, ma'am, we've been hand counting for years, and she said, yeah, we have. How do you know they're correct? You know, so it's kind of a catch-22. I think we all agree that it'd be nice to hand count and do the tabulator and just make sure that they're equal to each other, but honestly, the state statute doesn't allow us to do that. But I don't know, I'm just kind of trying to be very open-minded. I understand transparency and I understand public trust. I'm just trying to make the best decision that I can with the information provided.
Thank you, Commissioner Roskinek. Commissioner Dirk, you
Yes.
moving your microphone forward. Go ahead, you have the floor, sir.
If Tyler could come up.
Tyler, are you here? Thank you. We're standing by. I figured we'd get some questions from last year.
So I'm just going to recap a little bit. Tyler did a good job. And Tanchi, do you mind if I share our conversations?
No.
Okay. So we had this discussion. We had a motion on the floor, and the motion was just as it is, and it wasn't really a recount. It was a post-audit election based on the 5%. And so the concern was that, our tabulators are not accurate, and it would, and again, anybody looking at it, getting back to Cindy Cook saying we had 10 races, and so the test, says one thing, and the outcome, matches. That is curious. And so it came down to the integrity of our election and sharing the concern of the electorate that, does it make sense to do 100% post-audit election? And so that's why I recommended that motion, if legally allowed. And so then information came back. Initially, the auditor got an email back from the Secretary of State's office that says the governing body can do what it wants. And then you recapped that basically our insurance, South Dakota Public Insurance Alliance, through their representation, came back and said, just as we heard as well, that you cannot do even a 5% on this election because it's not in statute, because it's a special election. So the intent was run the tabulators and then, publicly run the tabulators as a normal election, and then do 100% recount or audit of every precinct to match up precinct to what the tabulator said, and then have a discussion about anything that is a one-off. And so at the same time, we had a discussion, and it was talked about at the last commission meeting, that could we do that at the precinct and then bring the ballots back? So if we did hand counting at the precinct and then brought them back, could we run them through the tabulator? Could we do it vice versa? And there was input that said, not from you, but there was input that said you could do it either or. And then information started based on this motion coming out after the fact. And I did have a conversation with Tachi Weaver, and in that conversation it was discussed as to maybe that our state attorney's office, you thought that maybe the motion should have been reversed and that we would do it the other way, hand counts, etc. You and I had a conversation about that. And so the question came up about, can we get the volunteers and how many people is it going to take? And so I did have a conversation with Tachi and said, I'll have a conversation, based on that conversation, I'll have a follow-up conversation with you and the auditor and see what can be done. And the question came down to volunteers, so yes, can you get the volunteers put together? And so if that would be the recommendation, that we couldn't do it at the auditor's office, we could do it the other way. And so in my follow-up conversations with you and then with the auditor, it became problematic about, doing what we wanted to do based on this motion. At the same time, I also went back and had a conversation with our HR office and said, is this getting 200 and some employees through the system prior to the gubernatorial election? Is that something that you guys could take on and handle? And we are down 3 people in our HR office, and we've been operating, on a limited staff on the HR side as well as the payroll side. We were down 1 person. And so we were made aware of the cyber incident in the county, I believe, on the 4th of July. And there's been hopes that we would recover a little quicker than we have. And as of right now, we have people that can't get into their networks. We're operating off of a hotspot Wi-Fi. And so the feedback I was getting from the staff was that it was something that they didn't want to take on for this election. It would be problematic, and the fact that we are in those areas short-staffed and handicapped by the fact that we can't get into our systems and operate at 100%. So we're kind of limping along at this point in time. So I had a follow-up conversation with Tachi and said that, I've talked to staff and it's just something that we can't handle right now because of the current situation. And I'm going to go back and echo what, Commissioner Roskinek said. I don't think that there's a position that says, obviously, we believe that hand counting is legal. It's the timing of it at this point in time for the gubernatorial runoff. And then again, getting back to statute, it would be nice if the statute was changed in some of these areas, because we're finding it to be a little bit of a conflict. A special election or the runoff is treated different than a primary in general. And so I think it would be good if the law would say that we could each county could decide if they wanted to do a 100% audit, not just a 5% audit, but 100%. And me, it was all about the concern about the tabulators, and then saying that we're going to run it through the tabulators, we're going to do 100% hand count in the controlled environment. Everybody can watch, everybody can participate, and let's see if we have a difference between the hand count and the machine. The other thing that came back about doing and then doing a hand count, and this is what I want you to speak to, because you mentioned it the last time, but doing a hand count at the precinct, because we were told we could do it either way, but do a hand count at the precinct, the ballots are counted, that process is in place, they're sealed in the ballot box and then brought back to the auditor's office. And what I'm finding out is that the information I'm getting back from legal is that once that ballot box is brought back, and which is the official count, the one there, and then if we open up the ballot box and we say, and that's the issue here, is it an audit or is it a different count? So which one's official? But once those ballot boxes are brought back, if the hand count is done at the precinct level, the ballot boxes are delivered to the auditor's office, what would it take to open those up and do another post audit?
A court order, I mean, you know, implied within the post audit is that, you know, there is I'm going to speak to as if this was a regular primary, not a special, I guess. So, you know, if there was the post audit election, you know, there is the opportunity to open up those sealed ballot boxes, but otherwise they're only able to be opened by court order.
All right. And so, you know, and this is the other, getting back to, because we had heard at the precinct level to do the hand count, it was initially 3 people that would do, you know, on that board to do the count, and then a number that was shot out was 5, and I'm looking at a different number here based on precinct, and so, because I think the discussion was the election workers that are working there on a 12-hour shift would not be the ones that would, you know, be the, you know, the hand count board, whatever you want to call it. And so 46 precincts at 5 is 276. And I know that Tanchi and I had a discussion about, short one, about how many people could actually, would it be required because of one location, you could maybe do more than one precinct. So that's how you're getting down to the.
There are 12 of them.
Okay, that where you could, they could handle more than one precinct by doing that. But anyway, you know, rough math, even at that, getting back to Commissioner Roskinek's discussion, it would be about 3 hours at 25 per employee, and at that number, it's 16,500. So anyway, all of these things come into discussion, but even if the board would say today, getting back and say, okay, we're just going to do a hand count, we're not going to use the tabulators, it's just something that logistically we cannot pull off at this point in time and shove through the system. And so if we are going to have that conversation, getting back to Commissioner Roskinek, I think it's one for the general election.
Thank you. Mr. Drews, Commissioner Drews.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So technology has changed most of our lives. Elections were changed many years ago to go to tabulation rather than the hand count. I think it was probably done for efficiency. You know, a lot of other business have gone with the technology also, and they don't seem to be going back to the old ways that they did things. I'm not in favor of hand counting, never have been, and so I will continue to not support any kind of measure for hand counting. I think the tabulators do a tremendous job and do it more accurately than what I feel hand counting would do. That's where I'm at.
Thank you, Commissioner Drews.
Sure.
Yes.
So,
Commissioner Roskinek.
my understanding, I did not know this until today, but have we already paid this company with the tabulators $16,000? It sounds to me we've already paid it. So even if we did a hand count, then we'd be indebted to that company, and then $16,500 for the hand count. So I didn't.
Yeah, and that's understandable because this just came up. I think Commissioner Durrett very eloquently stated his position, how it came up and how it happened. So just having the conversation was a step towards that. I mean, just to do something overnight sometimes, it causes a lot of anxiety or whatever.
Mr.
Can
Chair.
I answer your question?
Yeah, just to follow up to that comment, and so, because the way I interpreted the public comment related to how that bill got made is that we specifically made a motion on that day so that we could get the bill paid, and that's not the case. Those invoices would have been on the agenda, and I didn't catch that one, but all those invoices are paid after approved by the commission, and so if it was paid on the 9th, it would have been on the July 7th. The bills to be paid by the commission, and that information would have been public at that point in time.
So, Commissioner Hadcock.
So, here's where I'm at. A lot of people did a lot of work to get and try to make this happen with the hand count. I didn't see, and I also talked to a newspaper person, I didn't see the problem with doing this governor election. It was gonna be a smaller election, it'd be a good trial. Just to show people in general Not only the people that are in this group that are wanting it, but the rest of the public, how a hand count is done, because that's why I wanted to go there and watch, just to see how hand counts are done. I also know it's more of a controlled environment, so it's not like before I like, okay, they can throw one away and keep one, but you have people that are actually watching the ballot people count as well. It's very controlled, and so I'm kind of disappointed that we went this far, knowing that what we said wasn't going to be legal. Number two, that we couldn't take 272 people and get them ready to go to do this process, because that would be the most work of it all. That's a lot of citizens volunteering and wanting something done and putting in the time and effort to see something done, actually not only that they wanted, but I wanted to see as well. Do I want to do the general election? No. I wanted to see it in a smaller version, because I think it becomes problematic when you start something big right away and not do a trial basis on how it works. So I'm disappointed with where we're going. If I was to make the motion today, I would have it hand counted for the governor election. I believe at this point, because of the controlled environment, and we have a saying in South Dakota, and it's sealed. Under God, the people rule. And I saw that the other day, and that's the first thing I thought about when this came up. That's our seal of South Dakota. And so when we have citizens that decide and are getting this many people to help government try to make a process so it would work, at least a trial. Like I said, I don't know if I would do it forever, but I would like to see it done. I mean, just because back in the day they used to do it as well. We have a different environment, we have a different way of how we hand count. It is legal to do it, obviously. So I'm very disappointed that we're saying that we don't have the time. Again, tabulators, I don't trust tabulators either, so that's why I wanted to see both sides. Trusting computer or trusting a computer program, anybody ever use those? You know, I've seen it in government long enough. Lots of things go wrong sometimes with those types of issues as well. So again, if I could do it today and make that motion, I don't think I have the votes. I believe we should hand count it. We have enough people in Pennington County that can help process those 200 and some people. I think that there's a will, there's a way, and those are my comments.
Mr. Sheriff.
Commissioner Rushing.
I guess my question is, certified and trained, what does that involve? How do you take 230 people and have our auditor's office do the certification and training? That's got, if they're not trained and certified, obviously they can't.
What you gotta do to answer your question is that you gotta have, it's gonna take time.
2 hours. They said it was 2 hours.
Commissioner Hancock.
Sorry.
And I think that's a crutch, is that, do we have time right now?
Here's the problem. Nobody asked to have a cyber incident happen on July 4th. I got a phone call on July 4th, and I've been scrambling ever since then. And the whole county's scrambling, people are scrambling, they can't get their license plates, they can't get their tags. And I think, though, Commissioner Durs, I think his heart was in the right place to try to say this would have been a good election. I mean, for us to say we're disappointed now, I find a little bit interesting, because we made a vote last July 7th and everybody had the same conversation. And I told you guys at that point, I voted no because it was illegal. I don't think there was any question in your minds whether it was legal or not legal to do a 100% recount. Well, you guys voted it in. So for us to sit up here and try to appease people for something, a decision that we made at that time, is not in my wheelhouse. If we want to do this going forward, then we should have this conversation again and make sure we plan it ahead of time, and we take the time to make sure we understand all the steps that are in place. I think I've also had conversations with Tanchi. I have a lot of them with her, and whoever wants to be, but it's a respectful conversation going back and forth and understanding if you would have read the Facebook posts and the journal posts and all these things, you would have thought that we were here to consider doing a hand count on that election. That wasn't it at all. It was about doing a audit, 100% audit, which we knew was illegal that day. It says it right in there. It says it's illegal. We voted on it, and now we're here today deciding the fact that, oh yeah, it is illegal, and we're all disappointed.
Point of order.
No, point of order is, there is no point of order. I'm talking to you about you being disappointed about
Point of
having a
order,
conversation.
can I say my piece now?
What's your point?
My point is, you can rescind or you can change that order.
Well, then
You
go
don't
ahead,
have to-
go ahead and make
you
that
don't
motion.
have to-
Commissioner Hancock, I'm allowing you to make a motion.
Well,
if you
I'm
like.
just saying, you don't have the votes, so I'm not gonna
If
make
you
a
want-
motion if
then
I
what-
do.
what is your
But
point?
you can change it.
What is your point?
You're saying, basically, because of what.
I did
you
not
made
say
decision-
don't, hold on.
You said, let me finish.
I'm not gonna get in an argument
Let
with
me
Commissioner
finish.
Hancock. I got the floor. If
Actually,
you
I
wanna
have
make
the
a
floor.
motion, I'm giving you the
You gave
opportunity.
me the floor, Ron.
I'm taking it back because I'm giving you the opportunity to make a motion. If you want to make a motion, make a motion. I'll give you that opportunity. Do you want to make a motion?
I wanted to have a
Do
conversation.
you want to make a motion?
Make it. Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Dirk.
I would like to have our current auditor come up.
Sabrina, you want to come up forward, please? Commissioner Durr has a question for you.
Sri Green, Pennington County Auditor.
Hey, good morning. So when we get back and we say that this is the number in front of us, 221, a couple of questions. One, the initial discussion was 276, and I believe that accounted for a backup individual at each precinct.
Correct.
Okay, and so that would be 276 individuals that would be employees of the county, and then that's one, that would have one backup if somebody didn't show up, and that would be 5 with an alternate of 1 for 6. So have you seen the information Tachi gave us this morning?
No list was provided to the auditor's office.
Okay, and so the question, and I'll give you mine, you can just grab it, but it's a breakout of the different, okay, it's a breakout of the different precincts and what the head count would be at those locations. And I did see, some of the information on, social media getting back to when this information had to be into the auditor's office, and I believe the deadline I saw, and I asked you, I don't know where it came from, was July 16th.
I did see that on a post, but one thing I need to mention when it comes to the hand counting at the precincts is, at the last meeting, they said all we needed was Republicans. In statute with looking and speaking with SDPAA and other county auditors, there is no statute saying that we had to have only Republicans, so we still have to remain at the Republican-Democrat split for hand counting at the precincts.
And Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
Tachi, does that list
Thompson, do you want to
include
come
both
forward and answer
parties?
the question? Hold on, bring her forward and let her answer your question for you. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, the question is, on the list of 221 individuals, is that accounting for Republican and Democrat?
No, these are all Republicans because it is a Republican runoff. We were under the impression that, and we have been told that all you need are Republicans. When you have a recount of a Republican race, it's all Republicans. So, and that is in statute.
Okay. All right, thank you. And so Sabrina, the information you're getting back is to do the hand count would require, even though it is a sole Republican race, it would require both parties?
Correct, if you were to do a hand count at the precincts.
Okay. So and then getting back to it, and again, I mentioned it at the last commission meeting because, and I appreciate the fact that it took a lot of time to get 221 individuals, my wife being one of them. So anyway, but it comes down to the fact, that they have to be employees of the county, and so setting up election workers, they need to be employees of the county, and it's just going through that employment process, getting the paperwork. And there is a waiver that I did send Tachi because when I did election workers in Meade County as the HR director, I did a full W-9, you know, the W-4, and all of that stuff. And there is an exemption for election workers. The way you guys have been doing it here, there is an exemption for election workers to do away with the W-9, so it requires that less paperwork. The other HR paperwork still needs to be done, get them in our system to get paid. And that's my concern that I communicated back, is the fact that we can't even process a motor vehicle and the staff is operating and limping along trying to get things put together, and to have 200 plus employees to get into the system and run through in this amount of time was just, problematic. And so getting back to Commissioner Roskine's question, what is required of these individuals to work the hand count?
I mean, we don't have like certified, they just gotta go through a training. If it takes us an hour to train everybody, it would take us an hour. Precincts counting, depending on our turnout, we can't guarantee that they can have them all counted in an hour. It could be 2 to 3 hours. So, $25 an hour if you include the training, at $45 that they get paid currently to come through a training for a poll worker. Then you've got your mileage included. So, there's more than just the $25 an hour to count at the precincts. But what I've advised most of you in a conversation is, look at the hand counting when it comes to the general. We've got more time, we can get people involved, we can kind of get all that together. Right now we're a week away from election. We cannot do this with our cyber incident, like you said, getting our employees into the system. We're struggling getting what we can do in our office as we speak, but we do have our public test scheduled for tomorrow. We're ready to continue rolling forward with our tablet.
All right, I'm gonna reel this in and go, because we can have an opportunity here. If you wanna make a motion, or you wanna have a discussion about, we need to decide, Tyler, right here, how do we put a closure on this motion? The motion was made last meeting, July 7th, that said, if it was legal, which at that time, to me, the law was pretty clear, but I agreed to go with whatever the commission decides, because that's what we do. We make decisions and we don't all agree.
Yeah.
But we move forward. So now we're at that point. How do we decide whether it's legal or not? You're saying it's not.
Yes.
So the commission has a decision to make. How do we make that decision?
I think there's 2 ways you can go about it, frankly. Tyler Soapsack, State Attorney's Office. You could say that the original motion is sufficient enough based on their, being consultation with outside players. The original, I'm paraphrasing here, but the original motion was to go through the tabulation process and do the audit if it were legal. You could say it was legal. However, it might be cleaner to go ahead and do a motion to rescind that vote on that, and then make a motion to proceed with the election through the tabulation normal processes. I think you would be fine with your regular motion, but if you want to do it cleaner, the rescission.
So we've made the motion already and we voted on it.
Yep.
Now, so it's really done.
In my opinion, it is.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
so we can just decide that.
Yeah,
we agree
unless
it's
there's any
illegal.
other motions that.
Okay, or we can rescind and make a new motion?
Yeah,
So-
you can go ahead.
So now my question to the commission, is there an appetite to rescind that motion and to make a
Mr. Chair,
new motion?
I think, to make it clean, I think that would probably be the best way to
Well,
go.
if we just let it go, then we're done. If we rescind the motion, the reason we would rescind the motion is to change the election to a hand count, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I was saying really is, I think Commissioner Roskine's spot on. If you wanted to simplify things, or not simplify, clarify things, you could do a motion to rescind the
Then a
motion
motion
on
just to go
July
ahead and
7th.
use the tabulator as,
So
we normally do. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to rescind the motion that we made at the last meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to rescind the motion we made at the last meeting. Does everybody understand that?
Yeah, discussion.
Okay, we'll have discussion. Commissioner Dirk.
So a statement was made that, and again, I appreciate your position on it, but the motion wouldn't have been made if we would have had, because I think even the question was it legally allowed to go past the 5%? So when I made the motion, I didn't know it was going to not be allowable by law. I was looking for that. And so I think for me, I believe the motion that is there without being rescinded stands, because we're now getting a legal opinion. That's what the motion said. You know, if legally allowed, we're being told now it's not legally allowed. So if that requires clarification. But I think, in my mind, I think the motion stands on its own.
Here.
Commissioner Hancock.
So if I would have known it didn't legally stand then, I would have said something, because my intent the whole time, and I think Ross Connect was on the same page, was to do a hand count. And if we would have just made the motion to do the hand count, knowing that the tabulators couldn't be used, because by that process of hand counting, because I am not an expert on hand counting, that with that controlled environment, otherwise you would need a post-audit election, which actually would save you time and money as well, while we're talking about money and how much it would cost people, and how much time that took us to take 5% one time with 5 commissioners and an auditor to do that. So in that case, if that was the position, I think in some of this, it was our position to hand count this election. I think it would have been different if we would have known that ahead of time. So to hand count it at this point, I'm getting I get the area that we don't have time now, but it's just disappointing to listen on this situation, because I thought the intent by bringing this up was a conversation of doing a hand count on a governor's race, not a let's shut everybody down because we don't want to talk about this anymore because we have a motion. A motion is made, it can be rescinded, it can be amended, and it can have a different motion. So you don't have to just talk about that motion. You can talk about to commissioners that you want something different that's on there, and can you rescind, or like Commissioner Mike, Mr. Mueller in the audience said could have been different. So at this point, I don't mind rescinding. I know at this point, I'm smart enough to figure out we can't hand count, even though I want to hand count, because we don't have the votes anyway. So moving forward, I hope we can get this resolved a little bit better. In the general election, I think it would be crazy to try to hand count at this point. There's a lot on that election stuff at this point, and this was the perfect opportunity, and we shut it down. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
I appreciate what Commissioner Roskinek is attempting to do, but I'm not in agreement with it. I agree with what Commissioner Duran say, and I think we just we vote against the motion and just move forward.
So we got a motion on the floor to rescind. So I'm gonna all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
So let's do a roll call.
Drews,
No.
Durr,
No.
Weidenbach,
No.
Roskinek,
Aye.
Adcock.
Aye.
Motion fails 3-2. So we'll move on. Thank you guys for all the help. If we want to do something in the future, let's make a plan of attack that makes sense.
So, and my comment on that, I'm just going to do a follow-up comment that I believe even Sabrina Green, our auditor, said if we're going to do this, then she would be open to looking at a general election, and as am I.
So, I mean, I don't think anybody was here per se against hand counting. It's just the fact that it came together in a position that, yeah, if we want to look at it going forward, I don't think anybody has any issues with it. It's a matter of making sure we got all our ducks in a row. Obviously, having the conversation today was very clear that we are not prepared to do a hand count. Very clear. So if we want to do that moving forward, we'll just get our ducks in a row and get that to happen. So we appreciate I appreciate everybody being very respectful at the same time. So we'll move on to item C, facility closure. The board is being asked to. Okay, facility closure policy. Who's bringing this forward?
I'll take it.
This is the commission office?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be very careful about what I say here, just because we can't speak publicly about certain things. So I'm going to really limit kind of what we discuss here to the situation that happened around July 4th. And so as I state my memo here, there was a cybersecurity incident that was discovered over the weekend, and IT staff determined that the county network would have to come offline for an extended period of time. We weren't sure when or how long it was going to be out, and so we were still working through assessments, investigations, everything like that. During that time, however, it appeared as though the county would not be able to conduct business as normal on Monday. And so messaging started to go out from the county basically to the different department heads, to some of the staff as well, that kind of was indicating that, well, maybe Monday's not going to work for everybody. What can you guys do? What can we do? What can we tell the public we can do? But through that whole process, through that whole situation, a message was sent to employees that essentially read that the facility is closed and that do not report to work, and contact your supervisor for more information. Now, as we've reviewed the communications and everything further, we have determined that there was actually no formal declaration or authorization to close county facilities under our county's emergency facility closure policy. And so because of that, we can't apply that policy in our handbook without the board saying, you know, let's reconsider this. Even though it wasn't an official emergency closure, we want to go ahead and treat it as such. And so I talk about the policy here in this next session, the memo, which just establishes several different types of policies. You've got emergency facility closures, non-emergency facility closures, and then emergency facilities still open, but people can't report to work type deals. And so those are the ones that we really have under our belt that we can use for employees. And so if it were to have been applied as people thought it might have, so people did not report to work, they were instructed not to report to work, thinking maybe they would be getting emergency facility closure leave. So what that is that when someone is instructed not to work during a facility closure, an emergency facility closure, they get their shift covered in leave from the county. So they're basically made whole without having to use their own leave balance. If anyone does have to report to work, those are deemed essential workers, and they get paid mandatory time and a half, even if it wasn't overtime throughout the rest of the week. So that was what people were kind of operating under the assumption of on that first day when Monday was pretty much limited operations. And so the department has chatted about it as well, and they wanted some clarification from the board as to whether or not, even though it may not fit the criteria of the policy exactly, would the board be willing to consider this and allow that emergency facility closure leave a mandatory time and a half for.
Does everybody understand what he's saying? So,
No, what's the decision?
we can make, he wants the board to make a decision on that. And,
If we're paying the employees or not for
well,
that
if you, whether you want to pay them, and then that means if you pay them, then you're paying the ones that showed up time and a half. There was not an official closure of this building, just like there wasn't an official closure of the courthouse. So, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward to me, but I'll let the commission decide.
Yeah, if I could add one point of clarification, I had been communicating, payroll had it under my office, and so we have been communicating to current employees as they're entering in the time right now for this, so that they get paid, that they are to right now use their existing leave balances or leave without pay if they have to, and expect this to just kind of be, their leave, not necessarily emergency facility closure leave. And then if the board gives direction that they want to do it some way differently, we will make those changes on the back end.
As far as I know, majority of the employees showed up.
I'm not sure how many. I haven't looked at the time records.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Durr, you have the floor.
Yeah, so my comment on this is I don't see it as an emergency closure. I was here on that Monday, and the building was open, and we had employees here. And I'm not looking to pay the employees that showed up time and a half, and I'm not looking to pay the employees that didn't report to work. It should have been discussions with their individual department heads. That's kind of my recollection too, as to how to handle what was going to happen that day. But it comes down to on some of these, this was not authorized by the chair, because I did have a conversation with you, Mr. Chair, that you did not authorize that. That was my understanding. It was not a closure. We had employees show up, so I'm not looking to pay time and a half and factor in who showed up and pay time and a half and then pay those that did not come to work. We should have been on a meeting that we had that day, a discussion, kind of a round table with a few folks, you being one of them, my position on this was from day one, it should be all hands on deck and do what we can. Because it came up with questions as to whether or not employees were going to be furloughed until we got through this process, and that's never come in front of the commission. So anyway, I'm pay them as normal. If you came to work, you get your regular pay. If you stayed home, it was over the 4th of July holiday. Friday was a holiday, a 4-day weekend, whatever the case may be. But anyway, it was miscommunication in my mind that came out from the onset. And just like the courthouse closure yesterday, I was getting phone calls as to why the courthouse was closed. Called the commission office. They weren't aware of it. Got a hold of the communications individual for the state's attorney's office. It was just coming to their information, and so we need to do a little bit better job of communicating stuff internally and externally.
Karen,
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
do we have anything in state or federal law on a cyber incident as an emergency or not? Because that's where you would, usually if it's a flood, if it's a snow day, if it's something else, what is it described under for federal or labor laws or whatever when you have a cyber incident and people have to basically be off work for a week, 2 weeks, whatever kind of thing, day? What does it say, Jordan?
I'm not aware of any federal guidelines there, but there was, under SDCL, they did define what an emergency was. Let me pull up that statute real quick. And basically, paraphrasing, but an emergency by state law, meaning that the chairperson could close county offices during an emergency. An emergency is any series of events or circumstances that require immediate reaction and action. And so, in other words, it's very broad. And so, if the chair had chosen to potentially during a cyber incident, depending on what the information is, depending on what the scenario is, they could say that this qualifies because this requires swift, immediate action, and we need to invoke, my authorities under state law.
So just like we talked about earlier, it's very antiquated. So when it's antiquated like that, it's a decision of the board. It's hard for me to tell people, and no, I don't want to pay people time and a half for working, but I want people to be able to not just go, okay, today, stay home this week. We're not going to need you. We had a cyber event. When would we do that other than an emergency? So I'm kind of saying I think you should pay people, but I'm not willing to pay the time and a half, calling it an emergency in a way for people to get time and a half. I want them to get paid for working. And that the people that are taking that time off, I get the leave because I started thinking about it. Commissioner Weifenbach talked to me about it, and I appreciate that. Then I started thinking about it. If I had people at work and we had flooding or we had something happen, they still have to have an income. So how long did people have to take work off? Is it a week? Is it 2 weeks? And is it okay to use sick time, leave time, stuff like that? I know a bunch of people in different departments told people, asked them if they could go on vacation. So one thing I did do is go to 2 department head meetings the last couple of weeks. Very good discussion. They worked hard in trying to communicate with their people, their employees, and I really enjoyed the discussion, but I'd like to hear kind of what the department heads are thinking, or what that solution can be through the departments in order to make people whole in a way, but still, not pay them more than what needs to be paid, but be paid fair and just rate for maybe moving forward. So maybe some of the department heads could speak on some of this issue and what they're thinking.
I'll make a comment about it because I was in the same meeting with Jerry. And then, look, if you don't have leave available, then maybe we should have something to work that out. Other than that, you could use your leave because, I mean, the county's more than generous with leave policy, sick leave, whatever leave policy there is. So if someone inadvertently missed a day, that there's plenty of leave available for that. I mean,
Sabrina wants to speak.
Sabrina, go ahead.
Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor. My opinion is not paying them time and a half, because no matter if you weren't open to the public and there was things on the backside, you could have had your staff in here to work. I chose in my office that I only had 2 staff come in that day. One worked a full day, one worked a half day. One, I gave her the day off. She's able to use whatever time sick or vacation to pay for it, or if they didn't even want to use it, they can take it unpaid. So, I mean, there's ways around it that we can continue to move things on the backside.
Thank you. I know your worker was there because I was there with her. That was Dana, and she did an
Anybody
awesome
else have
job.
a big
Making sure people could vote, so.
on this?
Hi, Commissioners. Laura Jones, Department of Equalization. We got the text on Sunday afternoon saying do not report from the county. It wasn't from my supervisors, it was from the county. And verified with our supervisors, is this true? And they said, yes, do not report tomorrow because of what was going on. And so we did report. I was planning on coming in, but we were told not to report. So on the flip side of that, the ones that, when you get that text from the county, not from our supervisors saying do not report, you know, I don't think it's fair that I have to use my vacation or sick time because I was told not to report to my job. That's where I'm coming from on that. I would prefer my vacation be reimbursed for that day so I can actually go on vacation, because I would have come in otherwise.
How much vacation time and
It was an
all that?
8-hour day.
How much do you have available right now?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's I don't know off the top of my head.
Real close over, or?
20 hours maybe.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner?
yeah, then in essence, because if we're not gonna pay the overtime, and so that's why I don't believe you can split this. And so the employees that showed up to work and worked, and then you had employees that are did not come to work, however it was communicated, and we're gonna pay them equally. So I'm gonna pay somebody that came to work 8 hours of their pay, and then somebody that did not come to work, then we're being asked to pay them not to come to work. And getting back to what is federally or whatever required, it's also, you know, a talking point that the county is not required to give a sick and vacation. It's not federally mandated.
Well, we do.
No, we do. That's my point, but we're not federally mandated to give PTO, sick and vacation time.
No, I understand that, but I guess when you're told, whether it came from county commissioner or not, but when we get a text message from the county that says do not report, and our supervisors are saying the same thing, so I feel like the ones that were told not to report are caught between a rock and a hard spot, and I don't think that that's fair either. Or we'd have been paid either way, whether it would have been 8 hours or not. Sorry?
Which department do you run?
I don't run, I work in equalization.
Okay.
But I was just watching the stuff today, so that's just my 2 cents worth, and I know that's a lot of other opinions as well, so.
There's a lot of people that, I was here from day one when Jerry made the comment, and things sometimes don't happen the way we always see in the perspective view of all perfection or whatever. So there may have been some miscommunication, I get all that, but there's a lot of people right now that work their ass off on this cybersecurity thing, 24/7. These guys are working right now, and they have been. I haven't heard one complaint from these guys whatsoever. I said the county is very, very generous in their leave and pay policies. This is a big deal. I think that moving forward, if you have leave time available, use it. If you don't have some, maybe we can fund it or whatever, if that's even possible to do something like that, to make sure that people get paid or whatever. But I'm not gonna pay everybody time and a half at time when they didn't come. So that's my position on it, but I just want those people out there that work their tails off, I want that. They are working 24/7 right now. Are you a department head, or are you coming forward here?
I'm an employee, sir.
Pardon?
I'm an employee, public defender's office.
I have no interest in visiting with you right now. We can talk after the fact.
No, let him speak, Ron.
This is not,
This is what.
no, hold on a second. We're running a meeting here. And when we
Yes.
have the quorum in the meeting, we require the quorum in the meeting.
So
You
can I
ask the
ask him,
department heads to come
can I
forward.
ask him a question? then?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, sir, I need to ask you a question. Come on up. Thank you. Could you state your name, sir?
Randy Decker. I'm an
I'd like-
employee of the public defender's office, Randy Decker.
I would like your opinion on what you're thinking on this, sir.
And I do not presume to speak for the department head at all. But that Sunday, we were told not to report. Not only by the county itself from the text messages, but from our supervisor. Our department head told us, do not report. Now we've got employees out of our office that are going without pay because they don't have any time built up. I personally have the PTO. I can take it. But we've got employees in our office that are not getting paid at all for that day when they were told not to be here.
Are you on the clock right now?
I was directed by my department head to be here, yes.
So you're on the clock right now?
Yes.
And your department head told you to be here?
Yes, because she could not be here, she's in court.
Okay.
So she asked me to come and see what happened.
All right. Just to
I
clarify.
appreciate your opinion, sir.
And we do the same thing in November. We close the offices on Friday after Thanksgiving. Employees do not have an option to come to work, but we have to use vacation time. We do the same thing on Christmas Eve. I don't travel for Thanksgiving. I have no problem with coming in on Friday and working, but I'm not allowed to, but I have to take a vacation day that day. So when you tell somebody they got 2 weeks worth of vacation coming, they don't. You only have 8.5 days, not 10.
How about sick time or leave or any of that on top of the vacation?
Yep.
You have that. How
But
much do
you
you
have to use
yourself
it.
have built up?
Me right now, I've got about 47 hours of vacation time and about 25 hours of sick time. Because I used some up during the
Do
election.
you feel that it's a generous benefit, or do you feel that that's,
I came from the military where I had 30 days per year, and we didn't take sick time. So it's considerably less than I was making with the military.
thank you.
Mr. Chair,
That's Commissioner Dirk.
I have a comment. I mean, one way I think could probably make this whole without tipping the whole card over. And Jordan, so getting back to the comment, so if we had new employees on board that did not have any accrued leave, there is an opportunity to advance them that leave. And so if somebody just started and didn't have that in payroll, you could advance that leave. It's kind of a pain, but I don't think it's going to be a lot of people. But you could say, you know, you have no time accrued yet, but to get your first paycheck, then go ahead and calculate and advance those leave hours in the system so they could utilize them. And then you track that to do a deduction in future leave.
We can certainly look at that and other options. I think what I would recommend is that we wait until we get the board a little bit more information on this. Unfortunately, we wanted to talk about this as quick as possible, just in case the board was willing to take an action right now to say, oh, let's do this, because we just closed that payroll, that pay week, sorry, the pay period, that's in, and so we're processing that right now. So we wanted to get ahead of it, is that if you guys made a motion today to change something a specific way, we could be right on top of that. In the meantime, what we can do is kind of continue payroll the way it's currently running. We will get more information. We'll see what the impact is going to be, just how many people and what the financial impact is going to be, so that you can make a better decision if you're okay with just kind of, well, we're gonna handle it this way right now, and then we will make our corrections.
Okay, thank you, Jordan. I think that I'd appreciate if someone made a motion, and that would be included in the motion, that if you didn't have enough leave, that we advanced it for you. That way it would be fair to those people.
Here.
Yes, Commissioner.
I don't want to make the motion that way. I'd like to have Jordan bring back more information on how many people were affected, that kind of thing. And then we have real information about numbers, who's affected, and then I can also look up some of the cyber stuff and everything as well myself, and hopefully the rest of the board. So I wouldn't believe we need a motion. I think we just need it on the next agenda about, some of the information that we're seeking and what Jordan just talked about,
Yeah.
which I appreciate, Jordan.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Hancock. I think that's the way to move forward.
Perfect. So do we need to make a
No
motion
motion.
for that? No, so we'll just direct Jordan to do that, so.
Thank you, Jordan.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item.
Budget.
We'll also, we should also put on there is facility closure, procedures, because we're gonna have that conversation anyways.
Absolutely, okay, I'll get it out of
Okay, so provisional budget, the board is being asked to consider approval of the 2027 provisional budget. So, all these next items are in conversation about the budgets, and what, I'd like to take a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Sure.
On this, I think, we should have a special meeting to go through some of this, because this is how much information on the budget that is actually need to be reviewed, unless we need to just approve it and then have a special meeting, meaning, we're gonna change the budget, because we've always done it before, where we approve the provisional and then move forward on the maybe special meetings or whatever, so I'm up for either way. Yeah, I've read through a bunch of this, but I don't know, that I'm willing to speak, we're gonna be here for hours, on this, just to ask some questions, since, I was on vacation during this after the election, so if the board wishes to, and I'm not against, saying that we agree with the provisional budget as is, and then going back like usual, and then doing some changes.
So we got two optional motions here, one to move the special election to July 29th, especially, move the 2027 budget amount blank, designated blank for consideration of any and all budget items. Is that correct, Jordan?
Yeah.
So we have an option of two different.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I would like, as we move through and discuss this, I would just like to say that we set another one for the 29th. I'm not ready to make this a provisional, and the reason being is because many of the entities, and it's not so much internal department, it's the outside agencies that we're funding, they will believe if we approve this as a provisional that that's what they're gonna get, and then we heard some heartache last year after we made those changes late. So I would rather we go through this today and hit it out and get some talking points, but we set final approval for the 29th.
Well, that would give us, so we get some talking points, that give us questions to ask,
And then-
opportunity to get questions.
And then before we hammer on this, I would like a 5-minute break.
Yeah, definitely take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break. back from the break, so. You ready?
All right, yeah, are we ready to just kind of dive in a little bit here?
Yep, so we'll start with A, Commission Office Budget Request.
We can even start a little bit higher up if we're going to go over some of the overall items that I
Okay,
found
that's fine.
within the budget.
Well, you have a presentation, so go ahead.
Yep. And actually, yeah, let's hit the memo first and then I can talk about the presentation. So the memo is just like the one that we saw about this time at the provisional for last year. It's just unfortunately the data's a little bit shakier than it was at this time last year because of the fact that network devices still aren't exactly working the way we want them to, so a lot of the stuff had to kind of be recompiled. But I do feel that as of this data here, I'm comfortable enough with this information that these would be fully calculated out. This could be a provisional budget that could be approved if the board chose to do that. However, you can see as we go through this here, it does represent an increase over last year's approved budget. And so as we compare them, the total appropriations, and we'll just round up here so that you don't get too confused with the numbers, are 135 million, 135.6. So 135.6 is a number you can kind of keep in your head. And so with that one of the biggest reasons it's that much higher, it's not just tons and tons more that people are requesting, it's that we're actually accounting for things that had not previously been budgeted for as well. So there is some increase, and then there's also the fact that, for example, the TIF number 6 payments that weren't always budgeted for, they're in there now, and so this there's more than $1 million in this budget increase of stuff that we were already paying for, just not budgeting for in previous years. And so those were handled through budget supplements throughout the year, as opposed to being loaded into the provisional adopted budget. And so as we look at this, the key takeaways from this memo, if we don't want to get into all the detail in it, is that we get 135.6 million as total appropriations for our initial requests here, and that's approximately 2.8% above 2026. And the current personnel estimates we got with all the different department heads, we managed to recover almost all of that data, not everything, and we took a snapshot basically at the beginning of June as to what personnel figures were there. We asked them to kind of calculate out what the step increases or promotions are going to be to the end of the year, and that's kind of what we went with this, is then we put it into our spreadsheet and we calculated everything as we had done last year as well, flat. So that means we're not going to go ahead and add in cost of living adjustments. That all can be discussed during this process. It's not going to be step increases, no promotions, no increases to benefits either, even though we have preliminarily some data that suggests we may have to increase our benefit costs. We're not there to be able to discuss that just yet, but we know that those are the typical increases to personnel that we do not have plugged into that $135.6 million budget number. And so we've got several policy decisions that will remain that you guys can either tackle today or tackle in the future. What you want the reserve levels to be for the fund balances, how you want to handle outside agencies, how you want to treat new FTE requests. We did have several of those throughout this process that are also not included by default into this budget. And then how we want to handle contingency as well, which, as you remember, we increased contingency in the county, thinking we can take some of that contingency in individual budgets and just pool it all for $500,000 of contingency for the entire county for 2026. And so right now plugged into these numbers is that same contingency level of 500,000. But that can go up or down. It can go all the way up to about 5.5 million by law, but more than that, and yeah, that would be illegal. And if you even get up that high, it doesn't feel like truth in budgeting if you're just saying I want 5% to be contingency, if we know that we may not use that. So we're looking at the cash position. The starting cash position is kind of rough too. I do know that as of June 30th in our system, the general fund cash position was 35 million. That's what we had in our general fund balance. And so that does include all restricted, all appropriated, all monies, and unrestricted, and all that is all in there. And so for comparison, last year at the same time, the general fund cash position was 35.6. So we are slightly lower than we were a year ago. The total cash position was lower by about 2.4 million basically, but that's harder to look at because that's a whole bunch of different monies going into the total cash. So the general fund is a pretty good picture there where we definitely spent down a little bit. We did kind of anticipate that we were going to based on 25's budget. So I think there was still some savings that we had through budgets not being overspent and kicking back and also gaining a little bit more revenue in 25 that helped us not fall as low as we anticipated with a cash position. So we're kind of starting there from June 30th of this year, and then we project out to the end of the year. And the best way I can do that at the moment, unfortunately, is to just go off of our budgeted figures. And so if we just go off of what did we budget to bring in, what did we budget to spend, then that general fund balance by January 1st of 2027 would be about $27.4 million. And that is pretty much fairly on target for what we anticipated it would be. And that figure does not include the sale of 14 St. Joe Street, which, as we know, is a $5.4 million revenue source that should be deposited by the end of this year, but I did not include that in these calculations. I just went what was budgeted. I went off of the budget. And so for the expenditures, this is obviously our biggest driving factor. We exclude the operating transfers in it, and it totals 130, we'll round that up to $131 million. That's what we're looking at. And that is an increase of 3.08% over the approved 2026 budget. These are the expenditures of 127. And a lot of that, as I had said, it was incorporated in adding that stuff in that had not previously been added in. And then some of it is also minor increases here and there in different projects and different departments. And so the personnel costs.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, Jordan, on your number of 127, that's less than 5%.
Yes, sorry, that is also less than 5%. There's no operating transfers in that, and so that, yes, that is less than 5%, which we no longer have to do that in our appropriations, and that is important to note because that $135 million total appropriations does not also include that 5%. So that is actual numbers. And so our personnel, as we know, is one of our largest drivers for our budgets, for our expenditures. It's 56.46% of the provisional budget. And so that's the single largest category that we've got. Let's see, past that, I already explained it. The staffing snapshot that we did, it actually included 84 open positions that were benefited. Each of those have been budgeted using the Employee Plus One health rate plan, which kind of splits the difference between a single plan and a family plan for budgeting purposes. We usually fall pretty close within that in the larger departments. Smaller departments, we want to make sure we narrow that down because it's a huge swing if we budget for Employee Plus One and then we've got people coming in at a family plan on those open positions, and that can really quickly break a smaller budget. So the total baseline personnel costs for that is almost $72 million. And for comparison, our 2026 personnel budget was 71.1. And so that means this is a 1.2% increase. And where that increase has come from is all of the changes in personnel, all of the open positions. Really, the healthcare is kind of driving a little bit of that just because of the unknowns. And so as we get closer to the final budget, we'll be able to plug in whatever we know for people's their health insurance elections. And then that should help us really hone in on the correct number for personnel. And this number also, the 72 million, does not include the 4% reduction to wages in the major operating budgets that you had previously done last year. And so I ran a quick calculation using those same formulas at the end of the process last year, and you would actually see a reduction of baseline personnel expenditures of almost $2.4 million, which would bring that personnel total to 69.5. And then that would be the number if you were to do that, and you could then put a COLA on top of, you could put step increases, continued step increases, anything like that. These are all just baseline figures. And so, as we talk about the COLA and the step increases and the health insurance premium increases, we do know that we tend to look at least for a comparison, the CPI and try to say, let's give a cost of living adjustment to the employees, just to see where we land with that. And so that would be 2.5% for 2027. For comparison, in 26, it was 2.9%. So it's slightly less than what that would be, but of course, they already got that 2.9%, and this compounds on top of that. We are also going to calculate real quick here the continued step increases, which is nominally about 1.54% in between every step. And then I went ahead and programmed in the preliminary health insurance premium increase of 6.5%, which is what Wellmark, our rep, said right now that's kind of where we're trending. They're recommending a 6.5% increase. There's a lot more work to do on that with the reps as well, because we still have our alternates of changing our splits to a 4-tier split as opposed to a 3-tier, and trying to really drill into how we want the splits to be between the employees and the employer on that stuff. And so I do have more calculations to come on that, but they're not ready for this. So if we were to take all of those, this would increase the personnel expenditures by approximately 2.5. And so that would result in an estimated personnel cost of approximately 74.5 if we weren't using that 4% reduction. If we were to apply that 4% reduction to wages and salaries, it's about $72.0 million in personnel, which is really close to that flat number we've got up here up top, the 71.9. And so if you were to reduce that 4% and then put all these extra things on for all employees throughout the organization, you're still sitting pretty close to that $71.9 million personnel cost. Jumping from personnel over to outside agencies, we admittedly I kind of punted on this one and just took whatever had been approved in the 26 budget and just carried it forward. And so there were new requests and there were additional requests. Those will be brought back in one of the meetings in August, depending on when you guys want to talk about it, or if we do meet at the end of July for one more meeting, I can bring that information back there. That was one of the files that I could not recover, so we're gonna have to rebuild some of that data to get those outside agency requests placed back in here. We've got a lot of it in PDF on diligence, so I know where to get the information. It's just gonna take a little bit of staff time to pull it all together. And so the actual requests submitted by the 16 agencies for 27, though, it was about $2.2 million, which was a 22% increase over the current funding levels that they were budgeted to receive in 26. And a big portion of that is definitely the reduction that happened to the Rapid City Public Library at the end of the budget cycle there last year. That was definitely a significant cut to the requests, and so that had been included back in. Contingency leave at $500,000, and then we can look at revenues. Revenues were largely calculated by the individual departments who are collecting them based on their trends, and then property tax was held. I did not increase property tax by growth or CPI. As a reminder, we can, there's max tax available to us. We can increase by growth CPI and any banked CPI that we have. Last year, you approved to take growth, but to bank your CPI for 26, pay 27. And so we're looking at the taxable growth here then of roughly 2%. That's a very, very rough preliminary figure. We don't exactly have access to that database right now to check that information, but that was kind of the figures I got from the auditor's office. As rough numbers for almost 2% for growth, and then as you know, CPI would be 2.5%, and then the banked from last year was 2.9%. If we were to take all three of those to increase property tax revenues, it would increase revenues to the county by $4.5 million, resulting in property tax revenue of approximately $66.2 million. And so that's if you went full max tax that we're allowed without an opt-out. That's kind of what we could potentially collect, or you could leave it at the 61.7, which is flat from 26 moving forward.
Mr. Chairman. Yes. Jordan, what you might do is visit with the Department of Equalization. Shannon put those numbers together, but you know, you got your growth, but then we also had Sanford coming in, and now the properties that they're all tax exempt. It's a pretty significant number. I think it's something you might want to take a look at.
I will definitely make a note to look into that a little bit further. Okay, so then we look at what we're anticipating cash apply to be, given all the numbers I've just thrown at you today. It's like, okay, well, what is the number? How are we reducing our reserves? The cash applied to balance this budget would be about $8.3 million. Certain funds are actually going to do okay, and they'll be able to either sustain themselves or increase. But this is the actual spent money that we'd have to actually spend off of all of our funds to balance the budget, and almost $5 million of that comes from the general fund. And that would then reduce our projected balance by the end of that year to about 22.5. The good news is that 22.5, it will sit us right around 26% of total appropriations. And if you recall in previous years, the board had usually wanted to go between 20 to 25. So we're definitely kind of near where historically the board had looked to be with their cash balance, their fund levels at the end of the year. And so with that, I will end that presentation. I could go into a little bit more on personnel, though it's just going to be more of the same. But
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, Jordan, question going back to the 4%.
Okay.
So I know that we're only 6 months into this budget year, but is that 4% savings, is that mostly from attrition or attrition and open positions?
I would say yes, largely that is kind of where we're seeing a lot of those savings that we're getting, is that it is just open positions that either cannot be filled in time or just have not, they've been chosen not to be filled. But that is typically where we're seeing a lot of that unspent budget. It's not necessarily we're over budgeting in certain areas. It's more that we budgeted for positions and either can't fill them or for some reason have chosen not to fill them immediately. So yes, that is largely where that's coming from.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Jordan.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Durr.
So piggybacking on that discussion, because 84 open positions, I know when we were doing our kind of HR analysis, we had like, anyway, on payroll at that point in time, and then it's around 770, 780 employees.
On average, yes, we pay about 772 people every pay period. Yep.
All right. And so then saying, add that 84 on top of that to get our full number, but I'm just doing the quick math. And so last year we cut the 4% in those larger departments, but 84 open positions at 25, just say average $25 an hour, not including any benefits, retirement, et cetera, that's $4 million.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. I mean, if you just take $25 an hour, no insurance, no taxes, no nothing, and that annual income at 52,000 times 84 is just a tick over 4 million. And so, a talking point for me anyway, moving forward, aside from cutting that to 4% off the top, looking it out, each department is managing, and those departments with that 4% is getting a handle on what 84 benefited open positions do we have across the county.
Understood.
By department.
I can pull that together. I will state that part of that number, because of the snapshot, is 3 employees from HR that we know have been filled and are being filled, 2 employees from the commission office. And so we know that we had to take a snapshot from somewhere, and so we know that number's probably not 84. It is likely closer to the 56 we reported last year around this time of year. And so there's a lot of moving parts, and we're aware of that, but we will definitely try to get that number a little bit closer and give an explanation of what that number is, of how many positions by department. All right, and I think I can just jump over real quick, piggybacking off of personnel conversations to the presentation, just to kind of really quickly show you, hopefully it moves. Or it doesn't. Okay. It's essentially the same stuff that I just spoke about in the memo. You can actually see a little bit of a history here then in a graphic format. And so the approved budget history for total personnel, you can see from 2020 up to 2027 is a difference of, what's that, $27 million. It's a significant jump between that 7-year period. And these are all approved budgets. These are not actual expenditures. The approved versus actual is this slide, where you can see that consistently in 2021, 22, 23, 24, and 25, on average, we are spending about 95% of our personnel budget. And that is, again, for various reasons, but a lot of it does have to do with not being able to fill the open positions and holding on to some of that, what had been deemed salary in past discussions. We are definitely on an upward trend up here, and so Every decision we make just always kind of goes and adds to that number unless personnel ends up being cut for some reason. So as we look at that number that I presented of the 71.9, almost $72 million, 78% of that is wages. That is actual wages. That's leave, that's wages, that's pay to the employee. There's overtime that's kind of separate from that, and that is 1% basically across the whole organization. Certain departments obviously are going to be higher than others, and as a reminder, I don't want to get too technical with this, but when we switched over to Tyler Technologies, that overtime number is actually a third of what it was in Springbrook, because it takes the full hour for an overtime hour and puts it into salaries and wages. It takes the and a half of time and a half and puts it into the overtime line item. It's a little confusing, and I'll try to make sure that I keep that clear when we're talking about overtime figures.
How about unemployment and Social Security tax?
Gotcha. So yeah, the OASI, the old age
Social
insurance, that's a 6%. The unemployment or reemployment assistance, we actually do not pay as an organization. We pay those claim by claim. And so we typically budget for about $25,000, I believe, in that line item. And we're around there between 25 and 40, depending on how many claims we've got for unemployment. And so that's not really calculated into this portion of it, just the unemployment. Workers' comp, obviously we do pay that, that's about 1%. Retirement, 5% nominally, and then health insurance is only 9%. Typically in organizations, you see that health insurance or just group insurance in general, a little bit higher as a percentage of the total compensation for an employee. And so it's kind of interesting that we are so low. I think that's a good thing, and that hopefully we're paying people, as opposed to not providing good enough benefits. I don't think that's the case at all. And so here's a quick FTE count from our spreadsheet, which just gives that we've got a head count of 870 people on our spreadsheet. 832.4 of those that's the full-time equivalent, I should say, not of those, is that the part-timers, you condense them down to whatever their equivalent would be to a full-time employee, and that's how you get 832.4. And so you can see the numbers. I did include, last year I didn't in my presentation, this year I did. I included elected officials in that FTE count, just so that you kind of get a better idea of the head count of the actual bodies in an office. And so commission office will show 11, whereas the presentation last year had 3. And that seems like a huge spike. It's actually not that huge of a spike. It is still an increase of 3 full-time employees, but those have been moved from.
A lot of that's just, you moved.
Yep.
Payroll specialists.
Exactly, shuffled from within other departments, that's right. And so we are pretty consistent with last year's FTE counts. No new FTEs were added. That made me feel really good, because it means that we know that the numbers are somewhat consistent, meaning that we know we've got good data for the most part. And so that's kind of what we're working with right now, trying to get these scenarios over to departments so that we can get them honed in and make sure that we're really, really, really clear on our personnel figures, since it is one of our biggest costs as a county. And so just quick at a glance, these are the numbers I was talking about in word form, but this is now just in a table. If you did know COLA, you did know step increases, we're at 71.9, but if you were to do, say, a 1% COLA and continued step increases, that bumps up 1.1 million up to 73.1. So here's just the figures right there that you can kind of see. And then down below, I just listed out the budget impact of the various things that are kind of hidden in some of those other line items. So the time of service bonus, that's budgeted to continue as it currently exists in policy. And so that's going to be about a budget impact of $191,000. Overtime, I did calculate this up to the 3 times and not just the time and a half. So that is 1.5 million is what we would anticipate in 2027 in overtime. Group insurance, of course, is always a very, very large number, 6.7 million, retirement 3.6. You can see that number, I don't have to go through those. And so that is it for that presentation. I already talked about all this stuff. Except for one other thing that was requested by Commissioner Weifenbach that I looked at, leave payouts for retirements and resignations that are not included in any of our budget figures anywhere, because there's a discussion on whether or not we want to start including those. I have a spreadsheet built, but it's on the network, so we're going to have to wait to be able to get to it. But I do know that from actual payouts, we currently have paid out, as of the end of June, we've paid out almost $700,000 in payouts for sick, vacation, and holiday upon the retirements and the resignations that we've had throughout the county.
So for half a year, we've paid out $700,000.
For half a year, $700,000. And now for the 6-month period before that we have data from Tyler, because I couldn't get access to Springbrook, it was only $140,000.
So
Yep, it all depends on who's deciding they want to take off.
But the fact of the matter is, we have a contingent liability there that's not being accounted for.
That is true. If that were to continue, that would eat through our entire contingency in one blow and more. And so, yes. So with that, I think I will let you guys decide where you want this conversation to go next. Do you want to take it department by department? Do you want to just ask the questions you've got that are burning in your mind?
Up to the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
Just a couple of things. One of the things we're probably very fortunate with Pennington County is on the health insurance is that we do have a number of employees that choose not to be on our health insurance because they have their own either retired military or whatever it may be. And so that is a savings to the county, a great savings to the county. The other thing is on the reserve dollars, and I just questioned the wording on it. I think that, going back to when I first came on the commission in 2019, I think our reserve was only at about 13% at that one time. And I think that we set a goal of trying to get it back to that 20 to 22%, not necessarily, I don't think it was our goal to hold it there, but to gradually build it back to where we did have, I think by law we're allowed to have 40%. And probably not necessary to have that much, but I think it's always good to have, be in those 20s for the reserve.
And I guess we can also, if you guys wanted to, we can open it up to any of the department heads or elected officials who maybe wanted to say something on their budgets. Anyone volunteering?
Let's see any questions coming from up here. I know that they're gonna have questions on these things.
Mr. Chair.
Needs to be some more time. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, a couple of comments as we move forward. One, if you look at the cash applied that we would have to have overall, the $8 million mark is, in my mind, not feasible. It's got to come down from that. And so, even $5 million in the general fund, in my mind, is too much cash applied. I know historically it's been about that number for the county. And looking to, and again, it's a talking point, the outside agencies and what the request is. I think we've had some new requests this year, and I'm not interested in funding anything new outside. So if we even during this process have new entities that come forward and say, hey, we'd like to, we need 25, we need 50, we need 100, depending, whoever may come forward. We have had some late submittals that, we just say that we need to start paring that list down of all these outside entities that we're funding. We started last year by reducing some of the dollar amounts that they got, and one of them, a point of discussion would be the libraries. And so the library levy used to generate about $550,000 in that neighborhood. Last year, we took that, I believe, based on the budget discussions that we did, the amount that we were going to request for the levy to fund our library contracts, that number got taken down to about $142,000, I think, in that neighborhood. And so that means the previous opt-out of the library levy went away. And so if we were going to use the library levy to fund what is, the request of the current library, it would require an opt-out to do that library levy. Now that we've got the library levy down to the $142,000, I would just like to see the library levy go away, and then we fund those contracts just out of our general fund. I did have a conversation a couple of weeks ago when I had a meeting with Box Elder officials, and had a conversation with their new city administrator, and Hank Prim, I believe is his name, and with Robert Tim. Is it Robert Tim? Yeah. their government affairs talking about the library, because I reminded them that Box Elder should have been subjected to the library levy because they were not providing that service. And that library levy, if we continued it, would overlay into Box Elder. And the question as to whether or not Box Elder was going to either A, provide library services, or B, contract with Rapid City. They indicated they were going to do neither, and so they're not interested in looking at an agreement with Rapid City to provide library services. And so anyway, with that library levy, I would just like to see the library levy just go away, and that we look at those agreements and just fund it out of our general fund to what degree that determination is made. The other one was, I mentioned it at the last commission meeting, Scott Guffey had talked about it, about the Title III monies coming in, and how that Title III money, the sheriff said, I'll take some for search and rescue, other discussions about where that Title III money would go. And I believe all that Title III money, again, talking about these revenues, I believe that those are commission discussions to look at the revenue streams we have and what departments and how those are going to be funded. And my comment about the Title III money, and Scott, you're sitting there, if you could come forward.
Hello, Scott. Commissioner Durrell, I'll have some questions for you this morning.
So Scott caught me the other day when I had stopped in here and said I was talking about Title III money, and I said, yeah, but I believe it's the commission decision as to where some of these revenues come in and how they're going to be divided and or put against, the expenditures based on departments. But anyway, my conversation with Scott was, I believe that the Title III money coming in would be best allocated to his budget at 100%, not divided between 2 or 3 more budgets. And could you explain how he would use those dollars? Sure.
Scott Guffey, Pennington County Natural Resources Director. We would use that per the Title III restrictions on fuel reduction work. And I actually met with Mystic Ranger District yesterday, Jim Goebbels and his staff, and we talked about where we could potentially use these monies. And I believe there's a little over 80,000 in there right now that has to be spent by 2028. And they have some areas that need to be covered, ready to go, and we could probably do a little over probably 120 acres of fuels work with that money, and they would match that 20%. So we could put maybe some Forest Service money with that too.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So, Scott, what is that? Title III isn't just for your department, it's for fire, it's for other stuff as well. So it was distributed, I think, because the other departments are also included in on the description of the Title III funds, right?
Yeah, there's restrictions on what you can use that Title III dollars on. Search and rescue events that occur on the forest, fires that the county responds to on the forest. They could potentially buy some equipment with that too. And then like us, we could use it for fuels adjacent to private lands and ingress areas.
Yeah, and it's important to do your stuff, but it's also search and rescue and some of those other areas that are very important as well to receive some of the money. So I don't believe, unless they're in agreement, because they're funded or they have enough funding, that 100% goes to one person, because that is by description, not just for one entity. So I would like to know if the other entities are in agreement with some of that funding going to 100% just to what you do. You do a wonderful job, and I'll just tell you, you're very efficient and effective with your money. But again, search and rescue to me has done a lot for a lot of people, not only in this area, but other areas to help. So, and fire, we cover pretty well, and we take care of fire well. So I don't think they've ever received any. If they did have, not very much. So, yeah. So maybe some input from the sheriff or search and rescue and a few of those entities before, for me, as a decision maker of giving 100% to one entity.
Can I make one point?
Yes, sir.
I agree. Thing with the Title III, if we don't have it spent by believe it's September 2028, it'll revert back to the federal government.
Yes.
And with our work that we do, we would enter an agreement that's a known expense. Like I said, with search and rescue and fire, it's dependent on events like somebody gets lost on the forest or a fire, unless you want to buy it.
So
Just putting that up.
And it would be nice to know that how would they fund that otherwise, without, you know, like in 27, that's a year, and have to be spent by 28, that's a.
Could potentially be savings in my budget, because that's gonna cover personnel expense in my budget, so there would be savings to the general fund, that if you need that funding for a search and rescue event or a fire event, it would be in the general fund.
So when you
from
use,
savings.
so you could use it for other entities from your basically reserves?
Because what that money, the Title III would offset my salaries in my department for that work. So it'd be almost like revenue coming in.
Oh, so you're
So then
offsetting
there'd be a savings there in the general fund.
Right. And so then, are you saying then we would fund more of search and rescue or others if my bottom line is, what if an event did happen in there? You'd save money in your budget, I guess, but
Yeah.
then we just.
Yeah, what I'm worried about is that money's not gonna get spent, and it's gonna revert back to the federal government.
And if, that would be my worry as well, but
Mhm.
just to make sure that, you know, those entities are on board and that, would you spend it, would you use it,
Because
you'd probably make money off of it, you
What
probably
you could,
would.
I mean, potentially what you could do is just have a savings there in the general fund, that if that event and you need to cover something, there's a fund there.
We have contingency, well,
Right.
just so
Right.
when we do that we have an understanding if we need that contingency for search or rescue or another entity, I'm in favor of doing this.
So,
Thank you.
and Mr. Chair, and that point on that is that it would be a guarantee going through his office, having those agreements, and then you're getting that 20% match, and then that revenue offsets the general fund expenditure. And I'm not saying not to fund those other entities, I'm saying instead of funding them with Title III money, that when we project their budgets, that we're funding it out of the general fund.
Yeah, you're potentially leveraging another 20% on that 80,000.
Because you're making money out of it.
Yep.
Any other questions for Scott? Let's go.
And the other, it would be to have a discussion as we look at the calculations, not with you, Scott, but, doing away with the library levy, looking at those agreements, and then as we move forward, in this budget discussion, we need to have a conversation about, if the city comes back and says it's gonna take X amount of dollars to continue, ambulance service in the unincorporated areas of Pennington County, what is that dollar amount gonna be? I had an EM meeting to go through some of the grant stuff last Friday on some of the grant submittals going through, and had a discussion with Chief Culberson. I hand-delivered our letter to them about a week ago, because again, we're having issues running stuff through the postal machine. So anyway, I hand-delivered the letter, and we had a discussion about it. He has sent it up the chain to kind of come up with a dollar amount as to what, the city might come back and say, here's the dollar amount. And we had a long conversation about EMS. Dustin, our emergency manager, was there. And it's stuff I kind of remembered. I had a conversation with somebody that retired from the fire department that worked for the chief. TJ Nicolai used to be part of their EMS team. I think he ran that division under the chief and retired a few years ago. He was a former deputy. And he and I had a phone conversation last week, kind of trying to remember the history and all this stuff. And but the county and the city, prior to the city having their own ambulance service, and that changed about 97, but up until that point in time, through the 70s and the 80s and into the 90s, both Rapid City and Pennington County had a mutual agreement wherein they paid for a portion of the private ambulance service in the county. And so the city put in their share for what ambulance service was going to be, and when it was a private entity, which it was for many decades. And so the county had a contract in place, and Kenner was able to find some of the last contracts that Jay Alderman had worked on with the city and contracting with the city, because I think the chief had mentioned that the last time there was an agreement in place with the county was about 2005. But anyway, historically, the county put money in their budget to fund, EMS through contractual agreements with private entities to provide that service. So it's not an unusual thing that at this point in time we would be having that conversation. But as we look at moving forward and you look at the list of what the priorities are in the county, depending on how all this shakes out, that I do believe that putting some dollars, whatever it's going to take to continue those operations until we have kind of a long-range plan in place is something that needs to be talked about in this budget cycle.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hackett.
So we have the meeting on the, figuring out if we're gonna do a district and some other things with the ambulance. It won't be ready until 2028. Of course, it will be worked on from 26, probably to the first election in June, if that happens. I already talked to Culberson. I also talked to the chair about meeting with the mayor. I'm not gonna say anything potentially that is not happening for sure, but, I think we can work out a mutual agreement with the city. And I've also talked to a few city council people on that ambulance service, so I know, Ron, our chair, hopefully will talk to the mayor. Culberson already has, visited with him about it. We're also having a meeting with all the ambulance services, to see where they're at. And, bottom line, trying to find a way to do a district, hopefully, and then move forward on what that levy needs to be and what Culberson has brought to us on numbers and plus having reserves. So I don't think we should fund ambulance out of general fund. I think there needs to be a levy. It's an outlining area. The city has been funding it for years, the outlining areas with probably $1,800,000 to $1 million for us. So I think it's in due process to help them and try to raise the money through a levy or making a district for them. We have talked to many areas that were thinking that they would like to be in that district, and some that have made districts that maybe want to join as well. So those conversations aren't fully vetted through the process right now, but hopefully we'll have an answer through the mayor's office in Culberson on hopefully helping us out with 27 and then 28, hopefully having something done between 26 and 27 at the beginning to move forward, and having public meetings and different things once that moves forward on kind of the decision of where we need to move forward on. Thank you.
So Commissioner Durham, Commissioner Hackett, you both guys seem to be working this arena. Are we heading down the same idea of having a contracting with the city? Is that what we're looking at right now?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the point being, no district, no taxing entity is going to be formed for revenue coming in 2027. So, the city, and again, that's the letter we sent to the city. So come back and say, what is in the stopgap that everybody in the area is, to include Custer County and Meade County, are working on this issue. What is the stopgap dollar amount or funding, or what agreement do we need to have in place to ensure that, we have continued ambulance service in the unincorporated areas of Pennington County, as of January 1. And so we need to see what that dollar amount is. And also in discussions, which I mentioned at the last time we talked about this, Box Elder has submitted for a grant to Department of Health that would get a consultant on board, and the state would have those dollars that would pay for that, and then do a regional approach and see what the regional approach is, utilizing some of that as to how we move forward. And so looking at, which is part of the presentation I made last time, was looking at how we're funding, and I'm just going to lump in fire services, emergency services, and the ambulance districts, and looking at the total right now to include our fire admin levy. We're collecting about $4.5 million. $2 million of that is an opt-out, and so you can look at how the fire districts are funded, the ambulance districts, and looking, like I'm just going to take Wall for example. We're in Wall, They are looking at their levy or their special assessment. They're collecting at about 182,000. Yet the city of Wall is putting in 160,000 on top of that to help fund that. So when you look at the entire area about the different taxing entities and everything that is set up, you know, what does it look like if you were to take a regional approach? And I think some of those are, you know, again, going to be long-term discussions, but that's hopefully Box Elder will give some information about what they're getting and when those grant dollars are available to get a regional approach to this. And so,
Commissioner Aguilar.
So that feasibility study is like $90,000. They're also talking with us. Commissioner Weifenbach tasked me to look into the districts or district and ambulance service a while ago. I have been keeping in contact with people and then having meetings in between, and then your presentation came out. So in that deal that a lot of your numbers aren't right, that we had ran through because it was more regional, it wasn't Pennington County for some of those numbers. So what we're seeing is, I've talked to Rob Tim from Box Elder, and the feasibility study would cover more Box Elder, it's not more regional. They found out, if I'm correct, that just the cost of doing business on their own, and even with the feasibility study, the best option might be to work with Rapid City. So it makes sense to a lot of the stakeholders that I have talked to, let alone some of the ambulance service, to form one district. It's a lot simpler. It cuts down, like I tell people, keep it simple, stupid. And then working with equalization and some others to see who needs to be taxed in that sense. At this point, like I said, I'm not going to give a lot of information because the public doesn't know a lot about what's happening with the ambulance service. But it makes sense to form a district. And why would you start over when you have an entity that really has been doing a good job for Pennington County? Now, we do have to look at responses in other areas. We're getting those responses from Pennington County and not just the overall regional response at 52%. Some of those areas have, and we have explanations, that you can have helicopters, you can have other entities. Some of those responses are not what it seems to be on the paper. So long story short, again, it's going to take a little bit, and I had said that at the meeting. It isn't something you put on Facebook. It's not something you put out there. It's to have the public informed that we are looking at doing the ambulance. Culberson, that we are taking care of the issues, that the other ambulances are in favor or want to join even a district. All that has to be contemplated before you go in and go, okay, we're going to work with a regional, with feasibility study with Box Elder. No, I think in Pennington County we can do it best. We always have. I believe the goal is to get the best accountability of service through ambulance, through the districts, or everybody's district. And I guess I'm not getting on the fire district why they're included, but a lot of those volunteer firemen also are EMS. So you're also getting a double thing when you have an ambulance service plus an EMS group that has been trained to a certain extent for service. So we're taking an accountability of talking to all the entities, and again, it's called communication. Communicating with each area, whether it be a fireman, existing ambulance service, budget, it includes many things. So bottom line is, it takes a little bit of time, and we're not going to be ready in 2027. And again, I've asked Commissioner Weifenbach to talk to the mayor, because we've talked to Culberson. I've already talked to him that we probably would be ready to give that funding in 2027. I've talked to some council members about that, that we can't just dump out $800,000. They have been working with us for years in order to do that, and that we would more than likely be ready by 2028 to fund it in 27 to move forward. So bottom line is, it is getting taken care of, it is being done right. I have a group of people that are actually smarter than me, which isn't too hard, I appreciate that, that are getting this information, and we're getting detailed. We're not just putting it up on the screen and saying this is what it could be. We're gonna get that information, and when we're ready to hit the public, we have talked to all those entities so they don't come in and they're all freaking out, whether it be the ambulance service, Culberson, or anybody else. Those are group meetings, and those take a little bit, and it's not one meeting or it's not one presentation. It takes 5 to 10 meetings to get to where you need to go to make sure we're doing it right. So I appreciate you letting me do the work, you letting me come up with the answers with this group of people for this fire, or for this ambulance service, because it's important to do it right, and I think we have the people that are working on this that when it comes to presentation, that will have something that I think will impress this board. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Austin, sir.
I'm going to throw this question at Commissioner Deere. You're familiar with the districts more than I am. So you got the Hill City Ambulance District. They just built a new ambulance facility a couple years ago. And it's my understanding that Rapid City will serve that Deerfield area. And obviously the Hill City District, I don't know exactly where that district lies, but when there's a 911 call, how do you differentiate who's going to respond to the Hill City or the Rapid City? Someone suggested that we fund Hill City just a little bit more so that they could expand, whereas Rapid City wouldn't have to go out that far. That's the part that I'm trying to understand.
So yeah, I mean, again, there is a difference between what a taxing entity is and a response area. So you have response areas that don't necessarily overlap with a taxing entity, and again, those would be a part of the discussions getting up in there as to how far, Keystone and Hill City are out and what Rapid's response is going to be. And so again, you can only go on face value based on a letter that says from the city fire chief that as of January 1, they will not cover unincorporated areas of Pennington County. So, and getting, that's a discussion to have. And so again, some of the fire people have come back and said, don't expect us to pick up the Delta and be emergency responders because we can't do that. And so the point about looking at the dollar amounts collected by the rural fire departments that have a taxing district is looking at the number of opt-outs that they're doing. In the county has a fire admin levy that's about 200, and I don't know if it's 280, Jordan, or in that neighborhood for the fire admin levy. So anyway, but and then you look at the fire admin budget. So the fire admin budget's about between $500,000 and $600,000 every year, and you could theoretically say 50% of that's funded by the admin levy. And so you look at all the people that are out there, being taxed to provide this, to help fund this service, and that's why it's getting back to having a look at all of it and saying, what does it look like? And again, looking at the rural fire departments that are operating on opt-outs, it comes down to a discussion, what does the future look like? And so instead of putting a Band-Aid on something now to say we're going to do A, B, and C, what is that? And again, getting back to what Commissioner Hancock said, what is a regional approach? And so the last conversation I did have with Box Elder is that they were putting in for the regional approach on looking at this. But anyway, the point being is, in this budget discussion moving forward, there has to be some agreement in place between now and the end of the year with Rapid City, so that the last communication out there is not a letter from Rapid City that says we're not covering the unincorporated areas. And in my community at New Underwood, it was quite clear at the meeting we had on June 17th that the fire chief said we have to have something in place to make sure that we continue these operations. And so there is the knowledge in the community that something has got to be put in place, and there is a short-term opportunity and a long-term look. And the short-term opportunity is going to decide, in my mind anyway, what Rapid City comes back and says. We understand to include Meade County and Custer County and Pennington, you're all working on these things. And so to continue service, we could do A, B, and C, and some of that going back to your point, Commissioner Roskinick, is, yeah, maybe it is some of these in the interim, you know, outside of the taxing area, saying that my response area is going to be a little different than my taxing area. And yeah, it might be until we get this sorted out. What is it going to take to throw some money at those individuals or those entities to say, please cover this area that you normally weren't covering? You're not taxing in this area. And the other talking point as well when you're looking at all of this is the fact that we have taxing districts that are being, you know, supplemented as well by the county general fund money out of our fire service budget. And so all of this is, you know, it was something that was coming for a long time, and, you know, it needs to be addressed, the entire, you know, fire service, volunteerism, EMS in the county. And we're not, and again, we're not isolated, it's statewide, so.
Chair,
Commissioner Epcot.
I know fire service legally can't be joined with ambulance by statute. So I didn't understand if you planned on regionally putting them together or how and what that meant. So for me, it's not a short-term fix. What it is for 27, to make sure we have a contract with hopefully Culberson and the city for 28, hopefully done in 27 with the knowledge that we are going to move forward and form a district or districts, whatever comes out. Also, meeting with the other ambulance districts is smart. Before you decide where you're covering, what they're covering, that's why we're having that meeting, to make sure that is covered. We're also using a response time. We're using 911, which is Kevin's group, Kevin Carley, for those responses to see who should cover, who shouldn't cover, and what that response should be, or if they need to cover in further areas. So it's not just a short-term fix, it's actually a conversation to figure out, to make sure that we're all on the same page before we start a big entity or a levy, not knowing where we're going, or trying to figure out what that cost should be. I don't think you should ask more than what it should be. Like if it's 800,000, maybe it's 1.5 of the citizens in those areas, in the outlining areas, so you have reserves. Because like on fire service board, obviously the levy isn't high enough to cover it. So you also want some type of reserve just in case. So we are looking at all those, not short-term, but long-term, that makes it sustainable for the future, because we already know from ambulance and being in the city, ambulance services do not, when they're billed, do not cover the full service of what those entities are paying. Culberson already said that as well. So hopefully with the conversation that Commissioner Reifenbach has with the mayor and Culberson at that point, that we can move forward in a way that's positive for Pennington County, and also have a contract, as Commissioner Gurr says, to move forward in a way to reassure people that they're not just going to drop service in 2027. I think that can be worked out. They're working their budget right now, and again, I called some city council people on this to ask them for some help for 27 from the county. They didn't see, and I only called a couple, they didn't see any reason, because we have been doing it in the past, why we couldn't do it for one more year. But I want to make sure with the mayor and our chair that we are all on the same page, and that we will also, hopefully with this commission, sign a contract that we're moving forward for 28 and some type to pay for our ambulance service in the outlining areas.
Any other, I'll just make a comment. I do have an appointment with Chief Culberson today, so to start that conversation. He's assured me that they're not gonna change anything, but I think having a written contract would bring some calm to the storm here. So I think that we can negotiate through that, and then we can get this done, but I'm sure it's not gonna go past 2027 at the most. And, looking at all the levies is important, because, you know, as what happened with the library levy, I think we should contact the library, and we should make a decision here about our wishes with the library, and you know, make a suggestion to them so we don't come back and go, oh, you didn't tell us ahead of time. So we've already reduced the levy, so that's a fact. So that, the money that we have available is all we have available, whether it goes to Rapid City or Box Elder. I'm assuming that Box Elder is still gonna move forward with their children's museum and their library. And so that's the other option is negotiating with Box Elder to, you know, that dollar will probably go a lot farther out there. I mean, I don't think they need a $1 million restroom in Box Elder, so. But I think if we give the library a heads up now with what this commission decides to do.
So, Mr. Chair, if I understand it, we got $142,000, Jerry, based on the levy for library.
Yeah, that's in the 140s, that's 142, 143.
So that's Hill City,
146.
Hill City, Keystone, Rapid City, and Wall.
Correct, except for the fact, and again, what the original budget discussion last year was between all of those entities, whatever we collected on that levy was going to fund because we cut Rapid City substantially. And so we maintained a 3% growth for Hill City, Keystone, and Wall, and then we cut Rapid City back substantially, and then Rapid City came forward. And then there was a motion made later after the budget was approved that the commission would fund, I don't know what the additional dollar amount was, but then that additional dollar amount is going to come out of the general fund.
So I think we have roughly $200,000.
So can we agree upon a number that we can give them now? I mean, that will, either we're gonna do something or not gonna do something.
I think we need to do that now, instead of having a train wreck later.
Yeah, I have no interest in going down that
I
path.
think if we tell them by July, I think on the 29th, I think that's sufficient enough in their budgets, right? Or does the city, Ron, get their budget done before?
Yeah, I know they made their general presentation already, so they're about the same spot we are. So, but if we already know, I mean, let's just give it to them, because we only have X amount of money, right? How much money is available, and then break it down to where it's going, and where we have it allocated now, so we can have an idea.
I'd also like to see if we fund other chambers and stuff like that, maybe chamber of commerces, because I found some chamber of commerces like all in different areas that we're funding.
Yes.
We usually do that?
Apparently, some of that's even in the commission office budget, and so we're looking through that, reviewing it, going, well, that's interesting, didn't know that we did that. Some of them, it's a $250, we want to be part of their, Chamber of Commerce or any economic development group. So I can definitely come back with a list of all of those.
Yeah, just as some of the other areas that we've been funding that we didn't know about in the first place, and we want to still fund those as well.
Is that information available for you on the library?
On the library, I can tell you a little bit about the library stuff. So with the library, Commissioner Durr was pretty close, because if we did not increase any of our funding, I've got my number of $146,441. So that is what we're anticipating to levy for library services in 27, because that's exactly what we claim to levy in 26. We did kind of budget for, with the cash analysis that I did for you guys, the cash estimate that I presented, to draw that pretty much all the way down, giving Rapid City what was agreed upon after that budget was approved. So this would be starting pretty much from a library fund that is gone. It's
the only money that's available is what's coming in on the levy. So what is that number allocated to each library so we can tell them?
Okay. Yes, and I do have that somewhere, but not right in front of me. So it'll be $81,000 for Rapid City.
So maybe waiting until the July 29th meeting would be appropriate for us.
And I can get those exact numbers for you.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah, Jordan, do you remember what we gave Rapid City Library last year, though? Just what we gave them last year?
During the budget, I remember that the number was $81,000. I don't remember what we bumped it up to. 300
was 300, around 350, something like that.
We had reserves of like 192 or something. Right. We gave them 81,
yep.
And then we made the motion with three of us to give them like 25 or 30 to make it a round number.
It was a round number. I remember that.
And they immediately built a $900,000 balcony. It's important to know for the people listening.
So I'll definitely.
I don't imagine what one looks like, but it's got to be pretty cool.
Well, it's my understanding that we got a lot of county residents that use Rapid City Library, and if they're gonna use the library, we gotta make sure that we give them enough money to cover the cost of those residents, whatever that number is. And that's kind of where my mind thought is, they're gonna sit there and say, don't give us money, tell your county residents it's not to come to the library, because we're underfunded, so that's what we're gonna have to work out.
How do you just put a levy? I thought they voted on having a library, so what happens with the levy?
So-
People voted on paying something that they wanted.
Without getting a little bit too crazy with all this, the vote that was put to the people and then reconfirmed a couple of years later was that the county shall provide or contract for the provision of library services to unincorporated areas of Pennington County. That was what the vote was. It did not dictate how you fund that. One of the opportunities that the county has available is to levy for that under SDCL. So that is what that had been chosen to do, but it was not a mandate that you had to levy for this. You just have to contract for the provision of these services or provide them yourselves as a county.
Okay, and any levy you take, you have to use exactly, you have
Yes.
to use it all up, or can you put in some in reserves, or?
I mean, with that one, I think it can build in a fund balance.
Well, it did, so,
Well,
and we spent.
now it's getting spent.
Well, I'm saying if we don't, if we're funding, who are we funding, unincorporated or otherwise, for city or unincorporated? How much is that, and do we have to fund it? We have to fund a library no matter what. It doesn't have to be libraries, right?
That is true, yes. It is only just for the provision of the services, and then I'm sure legal would step in as, it's gotta be reasonable though, if it ends up going to court and it's like, yeah, we gave you guys $10. That was meeting the letter of the law. It's gotta be.
I think what she's saying is we have, like, we're funding Wall, Hill City, New Underwood, I mean,
Keystone.
and literally,
We're not funding New Underwood.
we're not funding New Underwood.
No.
Jerry is on his own. But, so then so the outside, the municipality people have access to that, so just deciding what kind of access is appropriate and not appropriate, I guess, or within reason, or not within reason, okay.
And then last year, we drew new contracts.
Yes.
The contract with the Rapid City Library, I think, at one time, it said, we're gonna give you 400,000, and each year we're gonna increase that, something like that.
That is correct.
And now, there's no finite number, it's just, we're gonna give you what our budget will support, and that gets a little subjective.
It creates some uncertainty.
And you have to think about it, because Rapid Valley has out of the outlying areas, has 20,000, compared to probably 15 in the whole other area, unincorporated areas. Are we shutting them down for library? When the other 3 areas, right, are getting money for the library. So Rapid Valley is a huge part of Pennington County at this point, and a big tax base for us. So I'm just saying, who's paying most of that levy in the first place is Rapid Valley.
I haven't done the math.
Okay.
No, I see what you're saying, so let's just be relatively fair to how we appropriate the money, so. And how much money, I think what Commissioner Ruskin acknowledged is that it's subjective. What is the number that we're willing to work with, what makes sense? If Box Elder's not gonna provide a library yet for their citizens, I mean, I think they're working on getting a library, is my understanding, my last conversation with the mayor, they're working on getting a library, but that doesn't do any good right now, so at what level do we fund it, what is necessary, or do we just go out and fund a virtual library, I mean, for anybody in the county to have access to? Maybe we look at something like that says, you can get on this virtual library with a county pass, and just use that. I think someone mentioned earlier that the world's changing up here, going more digital or something, so.
Yeah.
But I just wanna prepare the Rapid City Library if we're not gonna come back with, if those numbers are gonna change significantly, I think it's fair to them to give them a heads up ahead of time, so. But let's move on to the next item. What's the next one?
It depends, any other budget discussions?
I mean, I just going through this thing and I'm seeing some increases and some decreases. If we got increases on there, we better have some substantial evidence to increase those. especially when we move people out of certain departments, things like that, and they're asking for increases.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
So I didn't have people come up today because I had some underlying areas in each people's department. I met with a few of them. They seemed to answer the questions, so I understood them. I didn't know if I needed to bring every one of those up here to have discussion, but Kenner had some questions with me. We had the same kind of underlining stuff. Maybe just give those to Kenner and he can do a bottom line with it, but that's why I didn't ask him today. Everybody was thinking, and I thought we were gonna go through some of that. That would be every department, and some had a lot more than others. So I will meet with them and then see if they will send them all to the commissioners. There's probably about 50 items in there or so.
I think we're gonna have our emails up. Yeah, cross our fingers when, Jordan?
It could potentially be by the end of this week. We're not 100% sure, but we're working hard to try to get that up.
And I'll get the rest of those underlined. I know Kenner put some more on there, but of his questions, but I'll get some more and send them that way. They were ahead of that game instead of asking all that up here and having to come back in the first place. So thank you.
I think working hard is more appropriate than the word I used earlier. But I mean, they are working hard. These, some department heads and some of the IT guys. But it's you get very passionate when you see you're calling these guys at midnight, 2 in the morning, talking to them, having conversations with them. And, they're wearing out too, and I think the public's wearing out. So we just got to be aware of that. So hopefully we'll get back and all of that again. So. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a couple of comments. I mean, I made notes going through here, some of the budgets. Makes it difficult when no one's got, email to even communicate back and forth. Anyway, and I know the sheriff had said he wanted to have a meeting, and I'll chat with him, but I'm looking, and again, we did consolidated HR between the sheriff jail and JSC. There's 136,000 allocated for HR, so that would be a talking point, which the sheriff said he would get with me over.
Email is hard to go.
And I'm looking, at some of these line items, and I'm just going to speak generically. I'm not going to call out the individual departments, but we have line items where we have 726,000 under miscellaneous supplies. We need to have, I think, a discussion about what is 726,000 miscellaneous supplies, 500,000 in contracts, and I have to go back and I didn't look at some of their budget narratives to see if they break out what some of the agreements are. We've got, which is a discussion that, and again, we can't get to some of this information, it's no one's fault, but talking about fleet management and how many vehicles we have in the county, and I think it's a discussion. I know Trevor put together some information in there about staffing levels and requests for an additional FTE and about the number of vehicles, but we have, quite the fleet of vehicles and try to get a handle on what that number is, but I think it's a discussion during this budget cycle we need to have is we have individuals, some departments raking by on, kind of a slim vehicle fleet, and some that say I'm just budgeting every year to have a new vehicle. And then we're looking at some of the departments with a huge increase in software expenses. And I think part of that discussion would be related to our personnel module about looking at some of the contracts that are out there, and I know it's been talked about, but getting back to our timekeeping and utilizing DSS with the current Tyler software that we have, and then we're also contracting, for additional timekeeping. I know there is still, because they can't crosstalk in every department, so we're entering information in one timekeeping system and then duplicating that and paying staff to enter that into our system in the Tyler module to get paid. I would like to see it look at, the vacant positions we have and try to hammer that down a little bit, because I know there is a hiring cycle in the county, so we will batch positions and maybe not hire, maybe we're budgeting an entire year for that FTE, but we know that we're only gonna hire in 2 cycles throughout the year, whatever that means but there's a lot of batch hiring that is going on, and I believe we're funding the entire year for that. And again, we have millions of dollars in outside contracts, and I think it's a talking point to look at, what contracts we have and what some of those are.
Hey, Commissioner, can I interrupt you for a second and just say to you that I appreciate these concerns, but making them generically, let's put some teeth into these things and make some decisions on some of this stuff. Like some of this timekeeping stuff, I don't see any reason why we have 15 different and that's no exaggeration, I get it. There are 15 different mechanisms for timekeeping. We should solve that down to one that we committed to Tyler. I mean, if the commission's good with that.
Chair, so what I did is I did put in, Kenner helped me, thank you Kenner for all your help and explanations. I did have software, I did have miscellaneous, I did have all that other stuff on there, and they explained it. All you have to do is underline it and just ask for explanations, and I went to already 5 different departments and they explained it and it made sense. If we need to put it in a different line item, I get it, instead of miscellaneous, and we wanna micro some of this stuff down, so you wanna know what they're spending the money on, they will. So they did for me. The sheriff wanted to meet with me on yesterday, and I'm like, okay, I'm overloaded already. So put down on a sheet of paper, I have the whole booklet of the budget. I had somebody print it for me yesterday. And then you just take those pages out, underline them, and ask them, each department, whatever you have questions, instead of having them try to figure it out up here, have them tell you. And then if you want to share it with them up here because it doesn't make sense, or you want to have another conversation, that's what I had on a couple people, do it. Just having it nilly-willy and throwing it up here and saying you want to do this, this, and this, once you find the answers, you might not want to do any of that. So bottom line is start underlining and speak to your department heads. Again, you have a team of people. I just watched 17 of them with Jordan, and it was amazing to watch the team commit to what they have to do and where they have to go with situation with budgets, with computer issues, cyber stuff. It's pretty amazing. So communicate instead of come up here and say we need to do this, this, and this.
All right. Okay. I'm going to communicate right now. I'm telling you that the reason I'm asking for this directive is because we're having an open discussion that's transparent to the public and everybody, all of our department heads, they're all listening or they're here. And one of my concerns is timekeeping. One of my concerns is vacant positions. One of my concerns is outside contracts. I would like every director and department head and anybody whose budget we control to have a way to narrow these down. Let's get our timekeeping under one system. Let's get our vacant positions down to where it's been averaging 52 positions a year. Let's cut those 52 positions out. Let's get rid of them. Let's get our outside contracts together, and so we're all on the same board. But these contracts are centralized in the office. We've been talking about this for a year, and so if we can have the whole entire commission agree to that, then I'm not just going in and saying this is my opinion. I'm taking, which we're all equal here, and saying this is the commission, what the commission wants to do, so that they have a real good understanding. This is what the commission wants to do, and that's all I'm asking for.
But what I'm trying to say that is, if you do, you might have an understanding of how to change, or when you come back up here, when you said, because it's transparent that I'm meeting with people, so I understand why they're going where they're at. I get it. Then transparently, I come up here and they explain it. Or what happens is you say, okay, this software is, we don't need all this software. Well, when I have an explanation, I can help know some of those answers that we're trying to shut down. Or when you say specifically we're going to do 56 positions, move those down. I'm having those conversations just to see if we can do that. And it makes it very easy because people are more willing to understand what we want to have done instead of just nilly-willy throw it out there.
Nobody's nilly-willy anything, Commissioner Adcock. I am making a commitment.
We did last year. So we need to do it different.
What happened last year, I have no control over, because that's
No.
already gone and done.
But that's what I mean, we need
So
to be
right
a
now,
little
that's
bit,
why-
a little bit more transparent and a little bit more,
I'm not sure.
communicative with the staff, so they totally understand, kind of like we just did on the staff meeting, if I'm correct, Jordan? We all had an understanding, we visited about what the cyber issues were and how to fix those, or if you couldn't fix them, whatever. You're gonna have a conversation up here, same thing, we're gonna have to talk about software, I'm good with that. I don't mean nilly-willy, that was a bad word, because they did a really good job last year trying to figure out the budget with what we had, so I apologize for that word, but I don't always use the right technical names. But the communication, when you have that communication with those department heads, they'll figure out a lot of this stuff of how to change or what to do without us having to come up here and say, you have to do that. All you gotta do is communicate to Jordan some of these things that, when he goes into his meeting on
Commissioner
Wednesdays,
Hancock,
what
let
his
me
budget's going
identify
to.
something. I wanna know, are you pointing to me to tell me how to operate what I wanna operate? I wanna understand what you're saying,
No.
so I can.
I
Because
would
I'm
like
not gonna
it-
sit up here and argue with you.
No.
I'm making a commitment to these department heads that are out here, so when they leave here, they got some direction. I'm not gonna go meet with them all individually, and overall, as a general thing, these are the positions that everybody's bringing up out here, and if we can narrow those down so they can go back and figure out how to approach them.
And you wouldn't have to, you have a, commission manager that also can communicate.
I'm not
this
gonna
to-
argue with you, so what are you trying to say?
You can communicate to your commission manager, so your department heads have some understanding of where this commission is going ahead of time. That's not hard.
The
That's not hard.
commission has to do it as a whole. There's
Well, they
not one
don't.
commissioner up here that can make any decisions by themselves.
You don't make a decision, what you do is you say, Jordan, we're looking at personnel, we're looking at software, we're looking at some specific stuff we just talked about, and talk about it at a department head about kind of where the direction is, because they keep asking, we don't really know the direction of what's happening on our budget this year, that's what I keep hearing. So we kind of want
Is that
some
what we're not
direction.
doing right now? I don't wanna argue with you anymore. I wanna give
I'm
these
not arguing
people,
with you, I'm
I
trying
wanna
to
give
find a
them some.
solution, Ron. I'm trying to find a solution.
I
so
have
we
a
can help the
solution if you
department.
listen long enough to
I know,
understand the
you always say I
solution.
have a problem listening, but you should listen.
All right,
Mr. Chair.
You're gonna make a mockery of the commission, that's fine. Otherwise, we can sit here
No,
and have
that's
a
your
conversation.
opinion. Try to find
Commissioner
a
Dirk,
solution.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that, this is my position, that, yeah, we could hammer out a lot of this stuff behind closed doors, and we could have agreements behind closed doors, and we could just come forward in the public and pass a
That's not
budget.
right. That point of order.
Commissioner
That
Hancock.
is not closed doors,
So,
that's
Commissioner
communicating
Hancock.
with your
All right.
commissioners.
So-
And your public.
He's got the floor. He
And your
listened to you.
department
We're
heads.
fine.
So,
Closed
what I-
doors is not a good way to say it.
So what I'm saying is, I believe it's relevant to have these discussions in public and have a public explanation as to, you know, what the line items are in the budget, have discussions about that. Not that that discussion can't take place, but as we go through here, because again, my point on this is, the budget as it is right now, in my mind, is not sustainable. And so we're, you know, having those discussions about what the priorities are and try to get down closer to a balanced budget. You know, we have a likely incoming commissioner that has talked about publicly, you know, going back to a zero-based budget and then building up from the ground floor. And so some of these discussions, and again, it's relevant at this point in time, I do believe, to talk about the priorities of the county and what services we provide and how you try to get back to, you know, a more balanced budget without, and again, we'll have some revenue projections. I do support the sales tax coming in to offset that. I know that there's been a lot of discussions about that, and I don't disagree with the fact that it's a tax shift. And so the one things that I mean, moving forward, this is me, I would like to, you know, just what we did last year to continue the step increase in the cost of living to the employees. I did ask, and again, we'll have a new HR director, you know, coming on board here shortly to help out with some of this stuff. I had conversations last year, and I've talked about this for the last many months, about Jordan had a number in there saying what our contribution is to the health insurance on the county side. Some of that I would look like, and it would be on the plan options, as to looking at, instead of passing off a 6.5% increase, equally, that we look at what it would look like if we could come up with some of those savings and inject on the county side a little more money into the self-insurance fund. And I know it's a line item, I saw your slide, but I would not call it the healthcare trust. I would call it, it's a self-insurance fund. I think we changed that line item in the budget with the auditor, because that trust account or whatever we had to fund that before has been dissolved. So I want to continue with, looking at how we do that with the cost of living and step increase in employees. I had asked previously to get the numbers and say what it would cost if we increased a little bit of the county's, life insurance to the employees, what it would be instead of the Delta dental plan that we have, looking at raising, that out-of-pocket max on that and what some of those costs would be. Because again, when you break it down and you can say, where can the county incentivize and throw their dollars toward personnel costs, and putting into benefits can offset some of the taxes on the payroll side.
The Commissioner, can I interrupt you for a second? Can we break that down so we can actually give Jordan a directive or the department heads?
Yeah, so I would like to see, you've got the dollar amounts in there, but crunch, because again, it goes back to, I would like to see where we have the 84 open positions and what that looks like, and then break it down by department, how much of those and what percent they're open. And getting back to what you said, if we could go in and cut, let's just say if we took half of those and we cut $2 million out of the personnel of an anticipated $4 million expenditure of open FTEs.
So is the commission on board with that, is what I'm asking? I mean, if one person's on board with it, it's different than if the whole commission's on board with it, so.
I agree with that.
Okay, so if we can give that directive to him, that's a complete directive from the commission to the department heads that are here listening, so understand that that's number one. And number two is the self-insurance, looking at, we talk about, adding to that file to make that, or adding to that fund to make it more, looking at different options. So is that something the commission agrees with, looking at the, the employee plus one and those, having a more, let's say itemized or more actually a la carte, so there's more options for different employees, the employees that may be single, employees that may have just a spouse, employees that may just have a child, whatever. Is that what we're alluding to there, Commissioner?
Yeah, we did ask for it last year, and I believe it was just something they couldn't implement, but I do believe, Jordan, that we're looking at that other fourth tier. And Wellmark, I believe anyway, from discussions a few months ago, is calculating what the breakout would anticipate it to be and what that.
So is that something the commission can agree with?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now, another conversation we had was timekeeping. We have several different timekeeping mechanisms here. Is there something the commission can agree with getting a structured timekeeping mechanism that is across all boards of the county, and if there's some department head or whatever that can't accommodate that, that then has some rational reason to come forward and they say that's not gonna work for me?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I think it's a matter of maybe, and I don't know what else Tyler can do to increase their abilities on it, but I think what I'm hearing from departments is that there's more than just the timekeeping portion to the software. There's other information that it gathers at the same time that's utilized by the department, and how do they make up for that information if they can't use the existing one. So I think there's some things that we need to work with Tyler on to see what they can accommodate, if there's other parts of that we can purchase to.
And if we make that directive, then the department heads and the elected officials that operate that can bring it forward, and they can have their suggestions lined out, so there's not just a generic do this. So it's like, okay, we can't do this, and here's why, or here's what I would need if we did that. I agree with you. So, I mean, I think if the commission can agree with that, we can give them a directive to go forward and say, this is what we need, so.
Here's one of the departments I think it is.
If I may, Chair, I just want to shed some light on that. So Connie in our office it was about, I think, a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now, did some really good research on Time Clock Plus versus the Tyler aspect of it, and you are correct. The ESS portion is where the employees go in and enter their time, right? They enter 10 hours into that ESS. To get an actual time clock portion of that is another module within Tyler, correct? Which is an additional cost. And at the time when we did the cost analysis, Connie in our office, Tyler was exponentially more expensive than Time Clock Plus is. I do understand, like right now, sheriff's on a different contract, we're on a different contract, everybody's on a different contract. But at the time when Connie did the research, if we were all, the whole county, or just the people that are using the Time Clock Plus service, were to go onto one contract, it would be exponentially cheaper, and then we'd actually be able to get the version of Time Clock Plus that planning and zoning has that exports and then imports right into Tyler. And I would like to point out that the sheriff's office does use Time Clock Plus, so more than 50% of your employees are already using Time Clock Plus timekeeping. So
these are the answers we're looking for. 2 years ago does me no good today, Joe.
I know, and we've given
due respect. I mean, we're trying to give you guys directive. Without giving you a directive, this information never comes forward.
And I don't know if Jordan's got any updated dollar amounts as far as what the cost is.
Well, he just mentioned that each department has a different contract. Why is that? That's the questions we need to answer.
Yeah,
so giving you guys a directive, just instead of come out with some generic conversation, does you guys no good.
I think a good directive would look at the cost effectiveness of both timekeeping software.
That's what we're doing.
And we have some of that already gathered, and so that was actually something in our.
So the next item up is vacant positions. So if we can give them some directive to look at their vacant positions that they've had over the last 5 years, are they necessary to continue these vacant positions? You know, that would be a directive, if the commission's okay with that. We can give them that directive, and they can bring it back in the same type of format that Joe just did. Here's my information, here's why we shouldn't go this direction, here's the cost effectiveness or non-effectiveness of it. Outside contracts is another one we've been working on. Let's bring it to head. Let's have the department heads gather all. I know we're working on one with the copiers and all those things. It's a process, but we're going to get all of our copiers and all that things under a big contract. Cell phones is another one we should look at. But if we give these guys directive to gather all their outside contracts, maybe they've done that already, but it's been brought up here. It's the only reason I'm reiterating it. But the commission needs to make a decision on a directive. Commissioner Dirk, you're silent. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I'm just going to say that, I'm not going to support a budget that is currently looking at $8 million to make it balance. And so, getting into some of the things we just talked about, because I do believe, if I looked at the 6-month deal we made a cut last year, the 4% on personnel, and it's, I'm looking at it's looking like those departments anyway are managing with that 4% cut. Is that correct, Jordan?
I would say on the whole, that is correct.
So we're not running, typically hot in some of those. So, we made that 4% adjustment last year that allowed us to overlay the cost of living and continue step increases. And prior to this budget getting approved, that's part of the new HR director coming on board. Some of the loopholes that we have in our current handbook need to be addressed, wherein, an employee can't go from one step to a $13,000 raise. And you're seeing those every month on a personnel change sheet. So my focus is take care of the employees, continue with the step increases, and do those while looking at opportunities within the organization to operate a little bit leaner, and where we can find some of those. And getting back to the timekeeping, I believe it was a few months ago, it might have been, I don't know, but I know Cheyenne was involved in a Time Clock Plus presentation and an ESS, and it's my understanding that Cheyenne was leaning and saying she felt that the Tyler product was the better way to go.
That is correct. We needed to do a little bit more research on it, but Taylor was working on that before she left as the payroll administrator, and so that just kind of fell to limbo until we got full staffed. Now that we've got our payroll people, we'll pick that back up and work with all the department heads and make sure that we get a good idea moving forward on what to do about timekeeping.
would have a tendency to agree with the step increases and wanting to keep, you know, and one of my more important things is to make sure that we keep up with the cost of living, so a future commission's not looking down at, looking down a golf ball coming down a garden hose. I think that's important that we incorporate that in, but we also have to adjust. I'm not interested in bringing it on $8 more million to make the budget match. Not interested in that at all. So trying to give the department heads directive of how they approach that moving forward is my whole goal here. So without
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Yeah, follow up, because I did mention it publicly a few meetings ago to the treasurer, because we have had discussions about, you know, again, serving the public and what is the best way to do that. But the one thing that I did ask the treasurer to get, and I know we've been short in HR, but I would, as we have a discussion, it would be a rework in the personnel of the treasurer's office, at least on my side anyway, of dropping some of those lower job descriptions in the treasurer's office and funding at a higher level when you're hiring, and instead of, you know, 30, 60, 90-day progression and moving from one tier to another. I think, in my opinion anyway, would help with some of the turnover, and I believe that Annette was positive on that. And so the personnel numbers would be a talking point if the rest of the board agrees that we need to look at upping the starting wage in the treasurer's office and trying to help her fill some of those positions and maybe alleviate some of the turnover. And I know it's not a budget discussion, and it didn't make it this agenda item, but I would like it on the next commission agenda that we just touch base with the treasurer's office about some of the ideas that came forward from the meetings that her office had and our trip to Minnehaha County. And we're going to have, and again, you know, it's unfortunate that we're going through this, and kudos to the staff that are trying to work through with limited resources, but I would like to see what we could do to have the treasurer's office, when we are open to the public, have 12 windows forward facing. And I think some of the personnel job descriptions that we could help as part of that discussion. So.
And it is a budget issue, so we could do it like a scenario of what that's going to look like, how it's going to affect the budget, but also maybe if the commission agrees, then we could, I mean, I guess you don't have to, we'll just put that on the next agenda for make sure that we're open 12 windows. If there's something that we can do to facilitate that, I don't know that we can direct an elected official to do something if they don't want to do it, but it should be a conversation that comes directly from the commission. But also, I'm in favor of, if the rest of the commission's in favor of bringing up the bottom level of those workers, that as long as they're ready to go and work and serve the public. So that's all the talking points I had on here. I just want to address them instead of pushing the can down the road every time we go along. No interest in kicking the can down the road. So if they got direction from the commission, then that gives you a direction that when we go through your budget, I have to be prepared. I would be speaking that to the department heads. So.
Mr. Chair. So Jordan, when we get into this deeper later on, I think each one of the commissioners, we need to see that contract with Rapid City Library so that we understand where the guardrails are.
Absolutely. Can you get that to our personal emails if you have them?
For sure. Yeah, I should be able to scan that in real quick.
And if you don't have it, just print it and make it available.
Okay.
Nice. Are we getting enough conversation for the department heads to move forward, understanding what we're doing? Yes.
I think so.
All right. If not, they can reach out to you, Jordan, and get that information. So.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
Now that we've had this discussion, you might ask them if there's any that might want to step up now.
Yeah, is there any of the department heads are here, and most of you are here, who want to step up? And if you're fuzzy on something we're saying, or maybe the direction we're giving you, we're telling you we got $8 million we got to cut. We're telling you we got vacancies we got to cut. And we're telling you that we are looking for efficiencies in timekeeping or contracts and that type of stuff on these budgets. So I know an $8 million cut's generic, but everybody's going to have to dig in and see what they can do. So is there any department department head or elected official. Sabrina, you want to go forward? You can throw rocks at us if you want. Okay.
Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor. I know you want to do your special meeting on the 29th, that's the day after election, so I just wanted to come forward. Do you have any questions regarding my budget? Because we will be doing cleanup and needing to get ready for our canvas for Friday. So if I can't make it over, I just wanted to answer any questions that you may have.
Commission, have any questions? Commissioner Hadcock?
Sabrina, I'll go live my cake, but I'll come visit with you, and then I will be transparent and tell what we talked about on the dice, so everybody knows some of those questions that we're asking.
Anybody else? Well, they can't say they didn't tell. So, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there we go, Trevor. Come on. Sabrina broke the ice there, so. Mr. Trevor.
So Trevor Abernathy with the Equalization Office. I just had a couple questions posed to me at the last meeting on June 23rd regarding both the parcel count per appraiser that I had and also how many vehicles that I have. Would you be, I guess, positive to hear those?
Yeah.
Right at this moment?
Yeah, we'd love to hear.
So that way, before we get into the detailed budget discussions, you can at least have those questions answered. So it was primarily asked to compare what we had to what Minnehaha has. So we have, currently we have 16 vehicles, and the reason for that is because we do have one for each appraiser, but we have 15 appraisers. We have one vehicle slotted for being surplus this year. However, we've got a vehicle that's been down for over 2 months waiting for a part that it's an older vehicle and it's just hard to get. So it's back ordered. So we're using that vehicle that we're going to surplus while that one's in the shop. So that's why we have 16. Normally we just have 15.
Trevor, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, do those appraisers, those 15 vehicles are always out? They're not sitting here at any time, they're always using it, doing their partials? So,
yes, I can't say they're 100% of the time out, but through our busy season, so we've got, when appeals start in March and then going through to November, we have those vehicles slotted to be out every day, either going to inspect properties that are being appealed, going for reappraisal projects, going for building permit inspections, or sales verification.
So sharing those vehicles a lot of times would be okay. It would be probably cumbersome to the point where you might need them and then somebody else that has them checked out. Or do they use the vehicle all day when they're out, or do they use it for a couple hours? And tell me how your fleet works.
Sure. It kind of depends on the day. Obviously, if we get a thunderstorm that takes out the afternoon, you can't be inspecting properties in the middle of a thunderstorm. So, I mean, I can't see that they'd be out all day for that purpose, but generally speaking, the goal is to be out for most of the day and then come back in and do some data entry at the end of the day.
Why I'm saying that is it seems to make more sense if you did a fleet, you would do it here at Pennington County, like this building. Then you're not gonna take the sheriff's office fleet, you can't take the buildings and grounds fleet, you can't take the, some of these areas fleet because they use it all the time. So if you're talking about fleet, I get it. But the other part of this is the maintenance, and I'm totally on board with the maintenance, and I'd have to look into the fleet a little bit more. The maintenance part for having an area for maintenance for all of Pennington County, and I've talked to different departments about this to be transparent, that it would make sense for the thousands of dollars that we spend having other agencies do it, to have one maintenance shop, or, you know what I mean, like, we also got a TIF where we got some land out by 5th Street, on the end of 5th Street, talked to Davis to someone about this, would it make more sense to do it that way, talk to departments as well. I know the sheriff's office got some really good mechanics, some really good people. Maybe we just do one fleet and save us money that way, because that's where a lot of that money's coming from. Again, I don't know what that all looks like, just the only thing I really talked to people about was that maintenance and not mostly this fleet, because it's common sense to me that some of this fleet is not gonna be shared. You're not gonna take sheriff vehicles or whatever, but the maintenance costs, I bet you if we added them all together, are gonna be thousands or millions of dollars for all the fleet we have. And make sure that we need those fleet, that's why I'm verifying with you, 15 of them, could somebody else in these, departments, whether it be, planning or otherwise, could there be a fleet of 20 and then people just check it out, or I don't know how that looks, but, to make it more efficient and effective, in the long run for not only your department, but theirs as well.
Yeah, and the fleet pool comes with some challenges to it for sure. I know that currently we're just using the county shop for our maintenance, so we do use only the county shop unless for some reason they say, no, you gotta take it here because of this issue. But right now what I was showing was most of the counties that I looked at have a vehicle per appraiser. And that's just due to the peak demand that we have. We're not really looking at average demand, but peak demand for what we need. As far as the fleet goes, you would have to have a pretty robust reservation system. You would have to have policies in place for whose budget does the vehicle purchase come out of, whose budget does vehicle maintenance come out of, how does that all work, and that might even end up, if you get too complicated, you need a fleet manager to handle that scenario.
And I did talk to Davis somewhat about that, and I don't know who would do that, but he also has the capability of being a fleet manager in that. So some of that might be worked out, just depending on the cost, savings and all that. I don't know if I'm on board with that part, but bottom line for just the maintenance and stuff, how we can do it differently. So I'm getting where Commissioner Buer has some skepticism, whatever that word is, skepticism about some of that on the fleet. So maybe some of it could be shared and save cost savings. Thank you. And how much would that cost savings be?
So that's something that, yeah, we definitely need to figure out, the logistics of all of that, because it would be complicated to do a pool. But I'm not completely opposed to that, but I do know that during certain times of the year, I do need to have access to 15 vehicles for my appraisers. So at the current request that we have on my budget line item for the vehicle, we're not trying to add an additional vehicle and keep them all. We're trying to replace the old fleet that we have, because we have 6 or 7 vehicles that are 2009 age. So they are getting older, the parts are getting harder to get, they're sitting in the shop longer. When they break, they're costing more in maintenance. So we're just trying to replace a vehicle every year and then surplus a vehicle at the same time is my goal. So, as far as the parcel count per appraiser, you had asked, because I had a presentation asking for the FTE, and the industry standard was 3,000 parcels per appraiser, and to show Minnehaha has 5,327 per appraiser, Lincoln County has 4,051. We're currently sitting at the 3,880. And I did just want to mention one thing briefly. I know we're in a long meeting. If you don't mind going, Jordan, to the next piece.
Actually, I got a question on this one, since you're bringing it up.
Sure.
The parcels per appraiser, you're about 28% higher than Minnehaha County for the number of parcels per appraiser.
So they're higher than we are.
Right.
Yep.
That's what I meant, just
Correct.
the opposite of what I said, I guess,
Yep.
is that you have 58,000 parcels, they have 80,000.
Correct.
You have the same amount of appraisers.
Yes.
Why is that?
I
know you're new at the job, so I'll give you some latitude there.
Sure.
Maybe if you need some time to check that out.
Yeah, well, I can go into that with the next
I'll
slide
give you
here.
some time, I know that. But that's the thing that glared out at me was, wow, that's a significant amount of difference.
Sure. So we're trying to be at industry standard, which is actually less than what we have. It'd be at 3,000 parcels per appraiser. And I'd just like to point out that in South Dakota statute, we're required to be at a certain amount of appraisal. So we need to be between 85 and 100% with our median for appraisals in the county. And we also need to meet a certain coefficient of dispersion showing the accuracy and how close our data is to the rest. So if you look here, we're line 7 on the all non-ag ratios. So the all non-ag ratios is all the sales that we had in the county that were not ag, because we don't value ag properties at market. We are at 93.41, which is almost right in the middle of 85 and 100, and that actually is where Department of Revenue recommends you to be, is at 93%. If you look at some of the counties that I compared our county to, they are lower on that spectrum. So they are still within compliance, but closer to the bottom edge. So we try to perform the best we can, meeting those statutes, but also excel at getting those numbers. So we're trying to be the best we can possibly be with our.
Which is interesting to me, because you missed Wall for 7 years. The whole entire community of Wall you missed for 7 years.
Yeah, there's 15 appraisers.
That means that people got over appraised, correct? To make this number match to the 93. I mean, if Wall was like significantly under, to make this number work, that means someone else had to be significantly over. Correct? But anyway, it's a conversation another time.
So Trevor?
Commissioner Drews.
Trevor, just explain that briefly. You try to get to every property, how often?
Every 5 to 7 years is our goal.
Okay.
Yes.
So, it's not criticizing what you said. What I'm saying is, I think that what you found with Wall is that they were at that far end. That's probably considered an entire community that they go out and do the appraisals on. So there's other areas that have that same impact at the same time.
So I'm just trying to figure out the differences between the number of appraisers per acre.
Yeah,
we see it's 28% per parcel. And we're using, a lot of our statistics we're using are comparing to Minnehaha County. I mean, we use that on the treasurer's office, we use that on all the other offices. It's only fair that we use it on your office too, so that's why it brought it up.
Chair.
Commissioner Hancock.
So basically, if you don't hit the ratio, the median ratio, like Falk is 42.98, what happens then?
Well, essentially, when the state gives a factor based on this number, so if they're at 42%, their assessment is going to be lower than what the taxable value is.
Okay.
So when they get their tax bill, it's actually going to be on a larger amount than what they're assessed at because they were too low.
So you have to make it up every time, so just so you guys know that, I knew that, but we could lower ours like people said, but in the long run, their taxes are going to be pulled back up whether we like it or not, where that median is.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
the factor's just different. If you're at 85, the factor's different than it was at 93.
Correct.
Yes, it's all different.
Except you still are gonna pay that assessment, you're just it's gonna be higher on your bill.
I just
Even though it looks like it's lower.
I just want to get back to the vehicles. Have we ever explored the idea of leasing vehicles? The feds do, opposed to buying them?
So I have not personally looked into that. So I'm not able-
Just wondered if that's something, that way you leave their new vehicles, they're under warranty, you don't have any maintenance costs. I just wondered if that's something, not that your department individually, but, the county as a whole. Anyhow, that's all I got, Trevor.
Okay. So those are the 2 points I just wanted to answer the questions as far as we were asked to look at what Bean County had. So any other questions regarding those two?
No, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Jordan, where are we at? I haven't been keeping track of Ron's gone for the minute.
That's all right. If any of the other department heads want to come forward and speak, they can. Otherwise, I think we're about to the point where you guys can determine whether or not you want to meet next week on Wednesday for a special budget hearing. But I guess, going once, going twice to the audience here.
That's Wednesday.
So Jordan?
The date, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Jordan, any idea how much time we're talking about on Wednesday?
I think it really is up to the board as to how deep they want to dive in for this provisional budget, because I'm fairly confident, again, with the numbers even presented today with no changes, you at least have a workable provisional budget that you know is going to have to change over the next couple of months. So if we just wanted to get some of the questions that were brought up here today answered, there's not a lot of time. I think the deadline that I'm going to put for, if we do a meeting on Wednesday, the deadline I would put for department heads to get any information to me would probably be Monday at the latest, so that we can go live on Monday, giving people a little bit more time, because otherwise our normal deadline would be tomorrow, and that's not enough time, I don't think, for us to get the figures put together for more additional meaningful discussions next Wednesday, if that's what the board wants. And so I'm not sure how much time you guys want to set aside for, or at least an estimated time frame for that meeting.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we were just talking about meeting next Wednesday.
Okay.
The only issue I have is I have a commitment from 8 to 10 for a meeting on Wednesday. And I was asking Jordan how much time he thought we might take, and obviously that's back to what the commission decided. So,
Does anybody else have any conflicts?
I'm gonna be leaving about 2:30, that's all.
Okay. For next Wednesday. Commissioner Hadcock, do you have conflicts Wednesday? Commissioner Dirk, do you have conflicts? No. Okay. So, if we started at 9, that would, we'd get him probably around 10:30-ish. You comfortable with that? And then we're leaving you at 2:30, so it'd be nice if everybody's here, but I think that's the best we can do. Does everybody agree? Or everybody agrees? So you're on, Jordan.
Okay. All right. So then I would ask for a motion to set a special budget hearing for Wednesday, July 29th, 2026 at 9 a.m. for consideration of any and all budget items for the 2027 budget.
So, second.
The motion from Hancock, second by Drews, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Let's see here, moving on. You guys ready to move on to the budget stuff and do updates from the commissioners? Commissioner Dirk, you'd be on the list here first.
Just had EM meeting a couple times since the last meeting anyway, last week. Friday was going through the budget submittals for some of the regional grant dollars. Anyway, Dustin believes that the amount that I think the countywide, at least Pennington side, going through some of that, he believes that the sheriff's office and various departments would kind of get what they wanted, we hope anyway. But we did have 2 good submittals from New England School District and Wall District, along with some from Rapid City Fire, and based on what everybody's put in, it looks, we did a good job, I think, anyway, prioritizing those. And Dustin and I think Chief Deputy from the Sheriff's Office, Mark, will go ahead. And what is that, Dustin, that you go for the face-off?
Yeah, this week, Thursday.
Okay. So anyway, they'll have a discussion. I think there's about $500,000 in that neighborhood that's available. And so anyway, had some good submittals coming for Pennington, so hopefully we'll get those offset so they're not general fund expenditures. So that's about it.
Commissioner Drews?
Yeah, the way the weeks fell here, I didn't have any meetings this last week. Today I have the military affairs meeting. Thursday, Jerry and I have the public defender's office. Thursday night I've got complete health. Next week I got Elevate. So.
I noticed Elevate was sending me messages for some meetings we got coming up. Commissioner Hancock?
Yes, the fair board's down, of course, with people. We get lots of volunteers and we get lots of help. They're ready, geared up for the fair. There's a lot of people that have been very helpful from just some of the things that have happened at the fairgrounds. Pennington County Housing is pretty excited. We're moving forward. We're thinking of 2 buildings, one for sure we're gonna get, and we're gonna do a cleanup maybe of one great big building in Pennington County. Back in the city actually would be huge. It'll make a huge difference for that area. Can't tell you where because we're discussing. Pretty good deal. And then just working on some of the ambulance service stuff and having meetings trying to do that once a week just to get ahead of it. Other than that, I can't remember if I went to any others. Thank you.
Commissioner Roskinek?
Pretty mundane here. It looks like On the 23rd, I got a White House Council of Local Governments.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, you know, that's, yeah.
I apologize, Ron, one more thing. I went to do 2 department heads. They have Wednesdays at 10. I don't speak. I just like listening. It's been good. I like watching the cooperation and stuff of everybody and what they're doing to try to move through the cyber incident. So, thank you, Jordan, and your department heads. You guys are doing great. Your conversations are pretty amazing. It's funny, not one person knows it all. They're all just sharing, and the sheriff's office been helping with some of their stuff as well. So, pretty nice to watch.
That's awesome. I haven't got to any meetings. I had an emergency eye surgery last Friday, but things are looking good. But I do want to say to the IT department, Mike's not here. He's completely at my beck and call with phone calls, trying to figure out what's going on. And a lot of times it's just nothing happening. Mr. Dustin's been very, very instrumental. Mr. Mueller, and there's a few other players that have just been on top of the cyber incident. It's frustrating. I get it to just say, oh, there's really no change, other than the fact that they're trying to power up all these servers to make sure that everybody's information safe, everything's still good there. So that's moving forward, trying to keep you guys updated a little bit on text messaging, knowing that we don't have the emails. So that's really about it. I have a meeting after I leave here with the chief at the fire department, and then hopefully we'll bring in the mayor to make sure they make promises, but we'll get something in writing that says that they're going to continue their ambulance services for the outlying communities. So I'll look for a motion to go into executive session.
There's not actually an executive session needed today, unless you guys had something you wanted to discuss.
Well, I do. I just did the email that I got. I don't have a copy of it, but maybe have a conversation about HR.
Oh, then yeah, for personnel, I guess is what you're looking for.
It should be a quick one. I just want to give everybody a heads up because it's been some time has passed, and I just want to fill the other commissioners in. So, is that good? Everybody's looking at me. I think
There would be a motion to enter executive session pursuant to SDCL 125-2-1 for the purposes of discussing personnel.
So moved.
Motion from Hackett, second by Ruskin, all fair side. Aye. Motion carries, so it should be quick.
Second.
So moved. Have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're out of executive.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Have a motion from Drew to
Second.
adjourn and a second from Drews. Adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thanks, guys.